Okay, welcome everybody to Tabletop Treasure Hunters. We're with the Goldbloods tonight, session 4 for these guys. Thank you everybody for joining. Thank you for the likes and the shares right out the gate. We appreciate you guys. So Tabletop Treasure Hunters, for those who have not been following along, this is a homebrewed campaign using the Pathfinder 2nd Edition system. Although this campaign is homebrewed, the rule set that we're using, the world of Galarion, many of the rules, characters, deities, etc., are going to be from Pathfinder 2nd Edition, which is owned by a wonderful company named Paizo. So Paizo, thank you for the wonderful game. And with that out of the way, let's go ahead and do some quick introductions. Let's go round table, starting with Reiklin. Tell us your name, tell us your character's name, and anything you want to discuss.
All right. I'm Jason. I play Reiklin. He is a middle-aged cleric of Nethys. It's a very interesting story, but we don't have a lot of the time to cover it. Just know that he has a deity who is kind of duality of protection and destruction, and he finds some way to live with himself that way. So,
and has the main sourcing website named after him.
He does.
That is true. Yeah, Archives of Nethys.
All right.
My name is Alex. I play Sapisto, the Leshy Bard. Sapisto loves his ragtag family, the Goldblood Mercs, and loves adventuring with them.
Lovely, lovely.
My name is Dalton. I play Zarias, the lizard folk sorcerer/monk. He started adventuring to make some tales of his own, found the Goldbloods, and also adopted them as his family, and has been having fun ever since.
I'm Tained. I am playing the senior citizen barbarian named Regina. Right now, she's mad at her sister, so she's just having a little hard time.
Wonderful introduction. Yeah, I am Chase, known on the internet on this channel as Wholesome Dad Gamer. I'm the DM for this campaign, so I'm going to be controlling the NPCs, the enemies, the good, the bad, and all that fun stuff. Now, I have been ill recently, so my voice is feeling a little bit weak, so don't expect, expect worse voices than normal. Hopefully not too much coughing, but we shall see. All right. So with that being said, this is their final job of this job draft that the Goldbloods have taken. They are going to try to stop a warlord who they've been hired by a very private employer who is stating that this warlord is going to be starting war in the region of the River Kingdoms and Numeria, and they basically want to put a stop to it before that gets going. So that is their job this week. For guild support, you guys didn't get any this week, sadly. A bad roll means no support from your guild this week. You guys did downtime. Let's go over that really quick, starting with Regina and going reverse roundtable. Go ahead and discuss real quick what you guys did for downtime.
I spent the week at the library learning everything I could about orc culture, all that type of stuff. And then spent a day practicing some new routines that we're going to hopefully get to use.
Wonderful. How about you, Zarias?
I spent the first day trying to look into and talk to some people and learn what I could about this warlord. And then I spent the rest of the time building a dragon idol statue for my former monastery.
Which earned you a nice little bit of coin.
Indeed.
Sapisto spent some time hobnobbing to try and find out about this warlord.
Tell the folks at home what hobnobbing means.
I don't really know.
All he knows is he did it.
I just know that I was there. I talked to people. I learned things. And they told me I was a hobnobber.
Very good.
But in all seriousness, hobnobbing, I'm pretty sure, means just kind of gabbing around to learn things. So I learned some things and then relayed to my group and then probably spent more time drinking.
As the Goldbloods do. Lovely. What about you, Reiklin?
Let's see. Day one, looked into the region that we're probably going into and did a little research into that. And then after that, spent 4 days crafting an armor rune for Zarias. And then we've attached that to Zarias' armor, as well as among our purchases, I think we got a Ghost Touch rune to put on Regina's cane, and then a couple of other goodies.
Very good. And that was your guys' downtime for the week. All right. So this session, we're going to jump right into it because this is going to be an exciting one. Now, there are some special rules that I'm going to put in place for this specific session here, which the players are just learning about just now. So I wanted you guys to prepare just like normal, but I did some research. This is kind of a subterfuge stealth mission by nature. So I did a lot of research from, some good DMs about how can you make stealth missions, not just a whole bunch of different roles. So these are some special rules that are going to be in place for this session. Any type of stealth checks that are made, if you are being safe, smart, and careful under reasonable elements and trying to stealth, you will not have to make a stealth roll. It will just succeed. If there's a risk attached to it, above like the standard risk of just creeping behind a guard that you know whose back is turned, then you're gonna have to make a stealth roll. But I'm not gonna be making you guys make stealth rolls for every tiny little thing, only if it involves risk or something that you maybe didn't know existed, or the plan is somewhat bad or risky, or both. Then you'll have to make stealth rolls. Now, as for killing people silently, many of the enemies in this scenario will have a minion trait. So if this is a lesser enemy and they are a minion, if they take at least 10 damage while you're undetected, they will automatically be slain. You will always have to make a stealth check if you try to take down an enemy silently, but if you do at least 10 damage, they will be killed. That's for anyone that I deem a minion. You guys won't necessarily know what the minions are, but you can assume some of the lesser creatures will just go down with a skilled stealth check. And that's pretty much it. Aside from that, I've got some other fun things in here, but those are the changes to the rules that you guys need to be aware of.
What were those qualifiers again for the safe, careful? What was it?
So safe, careful, smart. Basically, if you are taking a lot of care and setting up a situation to where it should work, I don't want the situation to fail due to a bad roll. So if I don't deem it too risky, and if you have all the knowledge you need to do it safely, you won't have to roll.
Okay.
I like that.
I'll give that a moniker of scarce.
Yes. Yes.
Safe,
do be
careful,
aware. I can
smart.
deem that you need to roll, but sometimes you won't have to. And I'm just going to try to make it so you don't have to make 1,000 stealth rolls while you're doing sneaky things.
Okay.
So with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into you guys getting your job here. Now you guys would have started this in Absalom. Now Callum Windhelm, your fearless leader, would have been discussing with you guys about this job. We are going to go to a bit of downtime just so we get to the actual location. As you can see on this map here, you guys are centralized in Absalom all the way down here, and you guys have a very, very long trip all the way up to Nemerius. So
We Goldbloods, we get around.
yes. Now, there was no teleporting for this one.
Ooh.
So they sent you guys on a long journey. Your downtime was probably completed on the road for the most part. Maybe some of your information was gathered from Absalom before he left. Maybe some was on the road. But it's been a long journey. You guys are going to be starting here in Numeria. Now, before you guys left, Callum Windhelm would have made a special note letting you guys know that for this job, the Goldbloods are more than just hitmen, and they don't want this job to come off as such. And they did get information that there are a couple of gladiators from the River Kingdoms who have been imprisoned here. So Callum Windhelm would have made it clear that if you want to come off as not just hitmen / women / plants and more of heroes, he's going to task you guys to rescue both of these gladiators. Their names are Caius and Achaia. They are both human, a man and a woman. That's pretty much all you guys know about them. And that is going to be your guys' guild support extra quest for this session. So if you can rescue both Caius and Achaia from this session, you will get 1 towards your free guild support.
Question for you.
Yeah.
During one of the things that our Sapisto earned, you mentioned that there was an extra aid, another gladiator. Was that just extra information that we got from that gladiator, or was that gladiator actually going to accompany us?
So that gladiator is the one who gave you the information about the 2 other captured gladiators, but he will not be accompanying you.
Okay.
He was very frightened about the entire capture, and he wants nothing more to do with it. He's going to enjoy his freedom.
I did think that sounded a little strange, that we were gaining somebody who was going to come back with us into a place that they were captive previously.
Right. Nope, he's just providing a little bit of information. Okay, so let's go to prep really quick. We'll start with you, Reiklin. You can skip cantrips. Tell me what spells you have prepared.
Okay, so the spells I have prepared right now are level 1s. I've got a Bless, a Command, and a Sanctuary. Level 2s, I have Calm Emotions, Darkness, and Fairy Fire. And then level 3, which is kind of a difficult one to decide. Like, there's not a lot of spells that stand out, but I decided to take 2 copies of Blindness, 1 Heroism, and then I have my full 5 level 3 heals that I get for my fount.
Very good. Are you leaving anything behind?
Oh, yes.
All right.
Let's see. Of my equipment, I've decided that I probably do not need, well, every time I look at all my things, I look at it all and go, well, I don't know. I might actually need that.
Reiklin is well stocked.
He's definitely what I like to call the typical character that I play, which is the Swiss Army knife caster character. I'm just looking them over. Probably going to leave my repair tools behind, crafter book. And I guess that's it.
Okay, lovely.
All the other things are possibly going to be very useful.
Okay, so crafter's book staying safe at home. Nobody will take your crafting secrets. It's a piece, so you've been gifted a hero point. Yeah. All right. And how much gold are you taking with you, Reiklin?
Okay, so gold-wise, I'm going to take... let's take 5 gold worth of coins in usual denominations.
Okay. And Alex, you do not prepare spells. Go ahead and fire me off what spells you got at your disposal real quick.
I've got Color Spray, Magic Weapon, Soothe, Summon Fey, True Strike, Dispel Magic, Invisibility, Knock, Haste, Slow, and Blindness. Soothe and, is my signature spell. Yeah.
Wonderful. Leaving anything behind?
Yeah. He's only going to take one of his instruments, the new snazzy one that he got.
The maestros.
The maestro. He, I think, had to be talked into leaving his rope behind. But he will politely ask Zarias to carry everything else if he is going to be disguised as a potted plant. He's also going to bring a pot full of dirt, but not carry it because it's too heavy for him.
Sounds like part of a wonderful disguise. And how much coin are you going to carry with you?
He will also bring 5 gold, but will ask Reiklin to hold it.
Okay.
Reiklin's holding on to your 5 gold.
All right, Zarias, rapid fire the spells you have at your disposal.
All right, I've got Mage Armor, Magic Missile, Shocking Grasp, True Strike, Flaming Sphere, Mirror Image, Resist Energy, Acid Arrow, Lightning Bolt, Haste, and Wind Wall.
Lovely. Leaving anything behind?
Oh, I missed Fireball.
Ooh, of course. Don't miss Fireball. That's a bad spell to miss.
Yes, it is.
All right.
As far as leaving things behind, I'm also going to leave behind my mostly useless crafter's book. I'll leave behind my sling of bullets and my slingshot. I don't need those. And I'll leave behind the caltrops as well.
Great. And how much gold are you taking?
I will take relatively little. I'll just take 1 gold's worth, and I will carry whatever Sapisto asks me to carry.
Okay. Lovely. Regina, you are a little bit dabbled in the magical arts. What do you have at your disposal for magic?
Magic missile.
Lovely. It's a good one. Classic. And leaving anything behind?
Yes. So for this adventure, you guys would be slightly surprised since you've only ever seen Regina in her vivid, bright pink outfits and tiara. She's ditched that get up, and now she just has a tight-fitting black dress, a blackish bowler hat. She's dyed her hair black. her face is super pale white painted, in lots of makeup. She looks about 20 years younger because she's caked it on that much to cover all of her wrinkles. And bright red lips. So she looks starkly different. She's going to leave her purse behind, but she'll still have her cane, which is now also black.
With a nice new ghost rune upon it.
Yes.
All right, and how much gold are you taking?
5.
Okay. That handles preparations. So you guys are going to downtime ahead to your destination. Now you guys are meeting somebody in Numeria. You're going to meet who your employer is, who you guys found out is the Black Sovereign of Numeria, the current Black Sovereign. Now Numeria is a region of kind of self-proclaimed tribes. They don't have a whole lot of organization, but the one who deems himself the most powerful basically is called the Black Sovereign. The current one has been in power for quite some time. His name is Kevoth Cole, and he is your current employer. So he will be meeting you in the city of Starfall, which is just north of the fort that you're going to be trying to infiltrate. So we will start with him as you guys are approaching his home in Starfall.
Okay. How would you describe his home?
So this home is not your particular, not your normal leader's home. It's not a big manor. It's full of some nice things. Kind of scrappy though. There's some kind of maybe strange, maybe technological looking artifacts around. The town itself is not very extravagant, so it's a pretty nice home compared to the rest of the town.
Okay. All right, 1 second. Party. I'd mentioned that I was a little paranoid in how many people would be at this meeting and whether or not one might be potentially a traitor and be able to point us out. Are we concerned?
Let's still go with the plan. I'll go it alone.
Okay. All right. So we actually discussed that we would actually have only one of us represent ourselves at this meeting. I know it's a little weird, but we decided that if we're sending in a group to assassinate somebody, that having a priest of Nethys, a lizard person, a walking plant, and an elderly lady would be very easy to distinguish later on. So in the form of I guess surreptitious or stealthy planning, we're sending only one of those, and that's going to be the elderly lady.
Lovely. Reichland, you've been given a hero point.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
So Regina, you walk in here. He has invited you into his home. He's an older looking human. He's in fairly nice clothes. Again, though, not extravagant like your typical vision of a leader. You with the Goldbloods, I assume?
Yes, I am.
Good. You must be Regina by what I've been told.
Yes.
Well, I'd like to keep this brief. I hope that Callum has stressed the importance that my name is not to be mentioned in this job.
I've already forgotten it, so you don't have to worry.
Good. Well, you'll receive your payout as soon as the Warlord is dealt with. It is crucial that she does not escape. I don't know how much research you've done on her. Her name is Merita. They call her Merita Dead Veins. Dead veins because she's so cold her veins seem dead. She is rumored to have some kind of powers over frost. This is how she's getting a lot of her following, claiming to have some kind of mystical bloodline. I suspect it's just some sort of standard spellcasting, but I don't know. She's been troubling the tribes around Numeria, and I can't have that.
What exactly has she been doing?
She's been attacking, pillaging, conquering, recruiting, causing a ruckus. Some people don't agree with removing her from power. Numeria is a little bit disorganized in that way, which is why I don't want my name on it. If she is to be removed from power, I want it to be from somebody that is not one of the current tribes and unknown. I'd also recommend you don't release your own names getting around for this one, though that's up to you and Callum.
Very well.
He'll pull out a map. He'll show you the location of the fort. This is where it's located. She has a small army gathering. It is still rather small, which is why time has been of the essence on this job, and I'm glad you're arriving now.
May I have the map?
he'll give it to you.
Well, I'll be off then unless there's anything else you have to say.
Not unless you have anything else for me. Return for your payment, please do so covertly. And again, if word gets out of my name, if she gets away, you will receive no payment.
Very well.
I wish you safety, nonetheless.
Thank you.
He'll nod and wave you out.
She walks out.
Okay. Sapisto, you've been given another hero point rolling in for you today, my friend.
Thanks.
All right. Going to downtime. Where you guys headed and what you guys doing?
Okay, so we are in the capital city of Numeria.
Yes, Starfall. Which
I
is
did a little reading. Isn't it a city that's made up of like a bunch of ruins of some kind of a ship that fell from the sky?
It is, yes. Numeria is kind of a technological region in general. It's not, they don't have like mastered tech, but there's bits of like technological artifacts kind of spread throughout Numeria.
Okay. All right, so we look at the map. What's the guesstimation of how long it's going to take to travel to this location if we have, say, a small beast of burden and a small wagon?
So you guys can assume that Callum would have had that set up for you if you desired it, and that would be about a half day.
Okay. That's not as bad as I thought. Okay. I thought this would take like a week to get there, although we've probably taken practically a week to get to here.
Right. This is kind of a generalized pinpoint. It's south of Numeria, about a half day mounted right out.
Okay, cool. All right, so there are a couple things that I'd like to have purchased or purchase at this juncture. First of all, we consult with each other with Regina just to verify our information, learn her name, that kind of stuff. Okay, sounds like nothing's out of the ordinary. Reichland wants to purchase a ghetto wagon.
Yep, for sure.
A piece of crap wagon, and purchase a mule to carry it.
Yeah, Callum will cover those costs for you.
Oh, perfect. Okay, good.
He feels bad about the lack of support this week, and he'll at least give you that.
Well, then he has supported us, right? Okay, so half a day. Okay, so
we can assume you guys arrive at the evening or the morning, up to you when you want to arrive in Starfall.
Yeah, I'm thinking evening.
Okay, you guys arrive at Starfall in the evening, or you want to arrive at the fort during the evening?
Fort at the evening, I was thinking.
Sounds good.
Also, as we're on the last leg of the journey, we should discuss cover names for us while we're there.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I've been gifted 2 villain points.
All right, so Reichland is going to go by 2 different names. We kind of decided that for this plan, we know that our subterfuge is probably going to be unraveled as it goes, and so we're almost guaranteeing that we're going to be falling onto 2 different cover stories. So Reichland's first name that he's going to go by is Gestal.
Gestal, okay.
I like it.
Okay. And then his other name that he'll go by when that one fails, or if that one fails, will be Ned.
Gestal and Ned, very good.
Yep. Okay. During the trip, Reichland, I'm already falling into my character. Reichland is going to shave his head and his beard and all his facial hair.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Lovely. We've got
we're going into this this full cover. So
love it.
And then one of his spells that he has prepared for the day is Sigil. It allows him to cast and place like a magical emblem of some sort on a place. And throughout the day, he's going to kind of work on making a couple of little runes on his head that look almost like some kind of a magical tattoo.
Nice. I love it. Okay.
Okay. All right. Oh, wow. The feed is all super excited about that move, huh?
It's because Reichland's going hard ass.
Yeah, that's right. Reichland is turning into a brutal biker.
Lovely. Any preparations for you, Sapisto?
Yes. Is there a kind of like a market while Reiklin is out finding a cart and buggy situation? I'm looking for a vegetable stand.
Oh yeah, there's a vegetable stand, sure. Not the best quality vegetables, pretty poor, but there's vegetables.
That's fine. Is there a largish looking pumpkin sort of squash like vegetable there?
Oh, you're looking for Gordon? No, I'm just kidding. Yes, there is.
Sapista would like to purchase it.
Okay. Yeah, it's a copper.
He has purchased it.
Okay.
And he is going to ask Zarias for help in cutting a face into it and emptying out the insides.
You're muted, Zarias.
Is that better?
Yes, it is. Yeah, go ahead and roll me a craft for carving a pumpkin.
All right, let's give this a try. And that roll is going to be...
You carve a fine pumpkin. That's a something high. Just
28.
Yeah, very good.
Excellent. I make sure. Can you put a hole in the bottom too, please, my friend?
I make sure to do that as well.
Thank you. I need to sit comfortably on my shoulders. And then I do inform Reiklin and Regina and Zarias that my alias for this adventure is Gordon Darkwood.
Gordon Darkwood, very good.
Okay. All right.
Okay, very good. That's one of the League of the Hunt for anybody who's behind on the stream.
There were two other purchases I forgot to mention, by the way. Reiklin wants a cheap instrument, one that he doesn't really care too much about.
8 silver pieces.
And then what? How much?
8 silver pieces.
8 silver. Okay. And then he also wants suggests that we get a replacement cane, a temporary replacement cane for Regina, just in case.
Smart idea.
5 silver pieces for that.
All right.
And sorry, what names did you choose again, Reiklin?
Justil and Ned. Don't worry, I can remind you. And the thing is, with our plan, we're kind of planning on ourselves being really bad at this. So we'll see how this goes. We've got a plan. It's threefold, and we're gonna have some fun.
For this mission, y'all can call me Braxtus.
Braxtus.
3-layered plan can't go wrong.
Braxtus?
Braxtus.
Braxtus. And I will be the great diva, Beyond Share.
Beyond share?
Beyond Share.
Beautiful. Grand diva beyond share.
Very cool.
Definitely not a combination of anybody that is a person.
No, not at all. It's been given to me, handed down in my family for centuries.
Okay. Reiklin will cast light on a little pebble and put it inside of the jack-o'-lantern of Gordon.
Guys, my eyes! Oh, I cannot see. It is so bright inside.
For this whole
Do you not
mission,
want me to
I'm
do
going to
that?
have my scales, by the way, they're shifted to black by default.
Nice.
Your scales,
my-
very good.
Yes, and I'll have my hair be kind of a slate gray.
Yep. In this mission, we're going to have Zarias be a lot harder to notice, hopefully.
Sorry, it's going
Okay.
full stealth mode.
Sapisto will sing to himself because the acoustics in here are great. But also try to follow the group with his eyes closed and walk into things. But he has a helmet protecting him. But it's so bright inside the helmet that,
If you want, I can remove that brightness for you.
I mean, it's totally up to you.
I just was doing it
My
for
friends, imagine if we were in the darkness. I could shine the way with a face light.
Face light patent pending.
All All right. As it gets dark, I think we're probably going to need to watch our footing. However, any light sources are also going to give us away. So, using some clever covers and whatnot, I'll have my stone only illuminate light on the path that we're walking along. If any of the foliage or whatnot seems like it may give way too much, so that the flashlight illumination on the ground might be visible from a distance, I will douse it and we'll try to pick our way through the darkness.
Okay.
Unfortunately, none of us have very good low light vision. So,
And you guys are ditching the wagon at this point?
well, where are we at this point when we're getting close to this location? Like,
So as you guys are approaching close now, Numeria is kind of a wasteland for the most part. So it's a pretty open road here. Now you guys can see off in the distance there's some forests far off, which are the border of the River Kingdoms, off in the distance. And there's kind of a mountainous region before that. So this fort you guys can see is tucked up against, it has its back to a cliff basically. There's a cliff probably towering 20 feet over this fort. All other sides are open to the wastelands. And you guys can see that a good way off in the distance. You can see the fort approaching. You can see no lights moving about the fort. It looks completely dark.
oh, that's not good. Okay. All right. According to the extra information that we gained with the secret path that can go inside of this place, where is that located?
So that is goes behind the cliff face. There is a tunnel that goes down. Now, there is kind of a garbage tunnel that's been made. There's water rushing down. They dump garbage. It's kind of a nasty tunnel, but it leads up into kind of a manhole inside the fort.
Okay.
So they dump their garbage and sewage.
So it's in the cliffs behind the fort. And exits in front of it?
It exits inside the kind of courtyard of the fort.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Well, I was kind of anticipating we would probably have some hills on the backside of this thing. I think hiking up those and getting a good vantage point would be nice, but I am worried about sentries. What about the rest of you?
That'd be good to climb if that's what we decide. I'm good climbing.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
I
willing to
can
give
climb.
it a try.
So you guys are going up on the cliff, or you guys are going up on just some hills around the fort?
The hills.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, you guys can get up there with pretty much no effort. And you're keeping an eye out for sentries, you said?
Yes.
Keeping our eyes out for sentries, yes.
Go ahead and shout out your perception bonuses for me.
Okay.
Mine is 9.
10.
10.
Reichland has a bonus of... Where'd it go? It's usually on page 1. Oh, there it is. 14.
Okay. All right. Yeah. As you guys are kind of now, it's nighttime currently. Yes, is when you guys want to
Yes.
approach. So
Yeah, it's
It's-
dusk, yeah.
kind of shifting to low light to getting dark gradually. You don't spot any sentries around that you can see as you're approaching the hills. Reichland, you believe you can see some shadows moving atop the kind of the towers in the wall of this fort. Now, this fort itself, as you get closer, it's a pretty decent looking fort. It's not huge, but there is sturdy stone walls surrounding it, kind of going all the way to the back of the cliff.
Like a Helm's Deep kind of...
A helm, not as grand as Helm's Deep, but yeah, it's got some. The walls are probably about 30 feet high. The tower's about 40 feet high. You can see that there is a large keep inside the walls that's towering over the towers, about a good 30 feet higher.
Okay. Knowledge check about orcs.
What's your society bonus?
Society bonus is it was an 11 last time, so it should be a 12. Yep, 12.
Anything in particular, or just kind of generalized about orcs?
Mostly their ability to see at night, so dark
So
vision or that kind of thing.
they do have dark vision, so they can see
That's what I
well at
thought.
night.
Yep. Like, oh, that's right. They can see at night. And so that's why they're not going to have lights out. Okay. Okay. All right. It's okay. So we're doing some preliminary scouting. Okay. So the idea is we do some preliminary scouting. We're going to try and find this entrance and scout that out as well. So yeah, we'll leave our wagon absconded around the
Half a mile away.
Yeah, about half a mile away around the hill, just in an area around there that we might be able to pull it off of a trail or whatnot.
Whoa. Let's get this map up here.
Okay.
So I brought you guys to this map here. So now, Reichland, your perception was good enough to where you can kind of get a general idea about the guards and the shape of the wall here. Okay. So yeah, go ahead and check out this map here. You count, to the best of your knowledge with the shadows, 8 guards patrolling around the wall.
8 guards. Okay.
Appears that there's 1 in each tower. And then it looks like there's 1, which is this one currently right here, who's kind of patrolling around the wall.
Well, I think for now our best approach is going to try and keep the element of surprise as long as possible. I don't think we should give ourselves away until we absolutely have to.
Agreed. I'd prefer to scout out the secret passage first before we make our initial approach.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, so we've ditched our wagon. We are now on foot up on the hills, and we're going to try and make our way to the entrance, the secret entrance.
Okay, so yeah, based on the description that was given to you by the gladiator who escaped, you're able to find it fairly easily. There's kind of a little cave in the side of the cliff, on the east side of the cliff, so over towards this way.
Okay.
It leads into a little hole. It's kind of a tight fit. You guys can't walk side by side in it, but you can walk fairly comfortably, like in a line. Okay. Now it's declining down, so there's water rushing down it, and kind of when you look down in, there's a not such great smell kind of wafting up from it.
Okay. How much rope do we have amongst all of us?
Why did you tell me to leave my rope at home?
Reichland has 50 feet.
I believe I also have 50 feet.
So do I.
Okay, so between the 3 of us, we have 150 feet. So let's secure a rope here just so that we can make sure that we don't go sliding down this thing and become a noisy alert to our occupants in the fort below.
Oh, I like the way you think.
Okay, so we secure a rope, and then let's anchor ourselves to the ends of this rope. So in the last 15 feet of the 150 feet, we wrap ourselves up in it. Does that make sense? Just a loop, just to keep us that way. There's no chance that we accidentally let go and once again become a careening cannonball of noise.
I find it funny that Reichland has run into water in every single session you've played.
Oh, he hates it. Absolutely hates it.
Except for the festival. I guess there was no water in the festival.
No, there was no water in that.
Oh, actually, there was. Sapisto swam.
It's that is actually true. Yes.
Just for you, Reichland.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
So you guys wrap yourself in a line, and you're going down into this tunnel.
Yeah. Equipment check, real quick. Do we go into this with our full equipped selves?
Yes.
Yes. Just in case.
Yep.
I think we've left behind everything we thought we could. So
we leave the pot behind.
Yeah, our disguise elements are probably still in the wagon. This is us just doing a preliminary scout, but we feel like we need to be fully prepared just in case. Okay, so here we go. We begin the quiet descent using the moniker, what do we call it? Scarce, the scarce moniker, Chase.
Okay.
So what was it? Smart, careful, and silent.
Okay. So tied together, who's leading in this line? Give me a marching order.
I'm going first.
Followed by
I will go after Regina.
And then Reichland looks over at Sapisto as each of us are tying ourselves to this loop and gives a questioning glance.
Make me a flat check, Sapisto.
Okay.
Oh, joy.
I was afraid of this.
Yep.
I totally forgot about this chance.
Okay. Good to go.
Thank goodness.
Am I speaking with a cat now?
No, you're good.
Okay. I totally forgot about that element, although it's okay. I think with our plan, we should be okay.
We'll see if we can get Rozeki to make a guest appearance tonight.
Oh, that'll be funny. And probably not very opportune. Okay. So Reiklin will take up the rear. As we've gone into the hole, does it look like the hole has a very noticeable opening to any position on the fort?
Not as you are immediately going into this tunnel. So as you guys are following this up a ways, first off, I need all of you to make me fortitude saves.
Because it's going to smell like something delicious in here.
Now, could I do prestidigitation to make a bad perfume, an average perfume smell that I could put right below my nose?
You can. It helps a tiny bit, but not much. The smell is overwhelming.
Okay. What kind of roll you said?
Fortitude.
Got a 19.
15.
I got a 15 as well.
23.
Okay. Would anybody like hero points? So you all feel comfortable with your rolls?
No, Reiklin's probably just going to be retching.
Okay. You guys aren't necessarily retching. You probably gagging a little bit if your person's uncomfortable with the smell of sewage.
Mm-hmm.
It's a terrible smell. It's very unclean down here. There's sludge kind of gathering along kind of the circular edges of these walls you're moving through.
This reminds me of some of my early days of travel. I had to sneak through a place just like this once. It was not fun.
Correct my assumption, Chase. I'm assuming that we're descending where the water is going into this, right?
So ascending would be towards the fort.
Oh, ascending. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was a little confused. I thought, why would they make sewage come from the outside, go into the inside? This is strange. Okay. This makes a lot more sense.
Poor orc sewage.
Yes. Okay. So as we go in, after we go about 20 feet in and our vision is probably dropping, this is where I will bring out my illuminated stone so that we can see where we're going.
Okay. Lovely.
Sapisto has had to turn his helmet away so that the water stops rushing in and collecting in his face. So he's climbing blindly.
That must be lovely for him.
Yeah.
It was horrible at first, but it's not so bad now having melon smashed against your face.
Okay, at intervals, are there places to secure the rope?
Yeah, so after you guys probably walk for like a solid 10 minutes, you guys can see that there is a place going up with a ladder, kind of a makeshift ladder leading up.
There we go. All right, secure the rope. How much of it have we used at this point?
You guys have probably used beyond the 50 feet at this point. 150? Uh-huh. Okay. Yep. You guys have probably used about the full 150 here.
About the full 150. Okay. Uh-huh. We'll secure the other end, or another end. Let's see. We're on the other end, so it's secured down below. So we will untie one member here, and secure that end on this side.
You can untie me. I take no pain if I fall.
Okay. So untie Sapisto and secure the rope. All right. The rest of us are still secured to the rope. Whisper to Sapisto to quietly ascend the ladder and to listen at the end.
Okay. I will quietly ascend the ladder.
Okay, you'll probably need a boost up. This is about 10 feet up to get to the ladder.
I will stand with my little hands and I will turn it back around so I can see, and I'll stand like this and I'll say, waiting.
I lift Sapisto up.
Okay. Yeah,
Human pyramid.
With a boost, you get up there. Zarias, you've been gifted a hero point.
Thank you very much.
And yeah, you grab this ladder, Sapisto. It goes about 15 feet up, and it looks like there's a hatch at the top.
Okay. I climb quietly. And slowly, so that when my gourd head touches the hatch, I stop and I listen.
So you listen before you open the hatch, correct?
Yep.
Okay. What's your perception bonus again? 10? Is 10 what I recall?
Mm-hmm.
You hear what sounds like some very heavy footsteps going kind of further and then closer to some slow thump, thump, thump.
I'm gonna listen for a minute to see if they sound like a pattern, like a patrol pattern.
It does sound like a patrol pattern. You hear them going a bit a ways and then kind of completely silent, and then it comes back probably a couple minutes later.
Okay. I will climb back down the ladder, and when I get towards the bottom-ish, I will look down and turn my face down to the group, and I will say, "Hello, hello,
Yes.
We hear ya.
there you are." So there is a closed hatch up top, and there is one patrol who keeps walking back and forth.
Okay. Could you recognize the gate of this patrol if you were to recognize them later on?
I would definitely say the gate was closed.
Yes. Sorry. Mix of words there. If did this one walk with a limp or anything like that?
Did it walk with a limp?
It was pretty consistently not limping, as far as you
No.
can tell.
Okay.
He walked with a consistent rhythm,
Okay.
Very heavy.
very heavy.
Okay. So, part of our plan is to figure out how to recognize this secret passage from the other side so that we can come back through it. So, we'll have to just take this into account. Now, the
Would you like
original...
me to go invisible and take a look?
Did the patrol ever walk onto the door?
No, not that you could tell.
No.
I'm a little nervous about that. If they have dark vision, they can notice an open hatch at any moment. Let's reconvene further down this passage and discuss our next move.
All right, catch me, and I will let go.
Regina will catch him.
You catch him successfully.
Okay. All right. When we move down the path, reveal a bit of the plan. All right. So the idea is we're going to have Zarias try to wait here and allow one of us to make some noises up above that would be recognizable to Zarias, so that Zarias knows that we're nearby. And then Zarias would make a noise likewise to allow us to know that he is nearby. Essentially, we're trying to find the entrance from the inside when we get inside.
DM, will you please roll me a knowledge nature on the local fauna?
What's your bonus?
Something. Hold, please. My bonus is +8.
So from Numeria, there's hardly any. It's dead, it's dry, it's shrubbery, like dry shrubbery. From the fairly close river kingdoms, there's all kinds of fauna and flora.
Any bugs?
Yes. In the river kingdoms. There's probably some desert-like bugs in Numeria. And River Kingdoms is pretty exotic with its wildlife and its plants.
But any bugs that like you could hear here in Numeria?
Crickets.
Okay. And,
Flame beetles.
That's it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Well, then I will tell Zarias, okay, the sound you will listen for is this sound. And the sound that we will listen for is...
Is that?
No, it's like...
Beautiful impressions.
No worries, Zarias. If I hear that again, I will recognize it. Okay, we have our code. Now, here's what we're going to do. The first three of us are going to try and get in using our pre-described method. We will probably be stripped, so any useful equipment will not likely be on our person. This is why we got for you, Regina, a different cane. we are going to leave the most useful of our equipment here for Zarias to smuggle in later when the opportunity arises. Okay.
No, I want to bring up while we're here, before we've triggered anything. We could go through this entrance and try not to be noticed at all.
We could. We have made a very intricate plan. However, it has many unknowns. Whereas if we were to essentially go into this with the thick of thieves, there is a potential chance. Absolutely. My worry is that none of us are really specialized in such maneuvers. If you understand me drift, we can certainly give it a try, but I feel like if we were to be caught in these circumstances, it would be much harder for us to talk our way out of it, if that make any sense.
All right. Well, you're the party lead, so I will do as you say.
Well, I'm completely open to suggestions. If you feel like we've got the opportunity here, then let's take it.
What do you two think?
Not much, because I have a gourd for a head.
Shots fired.
I'm very kidding.
Hey, they've shot plenty of shots at us. So.
It's great.
Okay, so consensus. Who here is up for trying this the sneaky way?
I'm good with either one.
I believe stealth might be a good approach, but I will go with the group.
All right. Okay. Then Zarias, you stay here and wait for our signal. Hopefully, if things go well, you'll hear a little bit more noise on the other side of this here door. Perhaps the patrol may reduce its movements, allowing you to peek through and get a bit of a visual of your surroundings. But don't let your guard down. Do you have any means of light?
Poop. I sent out a dancing light.
Good. Okay, then I'm going to be taking this here stone with me. All right? Let's get moving, everybody. And we'll untie ourselves and lower ourselves quietly and carefully down the passageway.
Okay.
Zarias.
Yep, you guys get down just fine.
Okay. All right, I imagine we all smell just absolutely lovely, right?
Oh yeah, it's great.
I want to spend a few minutes using prestidigitation to clean us.
Okay, as long as we don't have... if there's anything that blocks line of sight so that nobody can see us casting spells, that would be great.
Yeah, you guys at this passage are kind of around the cliff, out of line of sight.
Okay, then yeah, we probably want to clean ourselves up a bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
your minor magic cleans you up real good. The smell is still lingering on you a bit, but it definitely fixes it up and makes it better.
Okay, and at this point, we descend the hill back to our wagon.
Okay. You guys get back to your wagon.
Recklin.
Aye.
I don't know a lot about many things, but what I do know is a potted plant does not have a pumpkin for a head.
Aye.
What do I do? Who am I?
You are an exotic plant.
Don't worry. As we enter this, hopefully you'll be seen as a prop and nothing more.
All right. Sapisto's going to expertly dig himself a little plant hole, put his feet into it, bury himself up to like his knees with his little pumpkin on his head, and strike a pose that he's going to hold the entire time.
Okay. Reiklin is going to use is it deception to establish a disguise?
Yes.
So Reiklin is going to aid in the deception.
Now this is probably a fairly large potted plant, just so you know. Like, I mean, it's not like huge, but it's not like a little handheld potted plant. This is like 2 hands.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Pretty
fairly
bulky
big. We were planning on bringing it in with us with the wagon. So
Very good.
all right, so deception of
Regina.
14, and with a +4 because he's aiding another, he has an ability that gives him that.
So Reiklin, you can roll the assist, and then what's your deception, Sapisto?
Okay, the assist attempt is a 21 with the +4. So I think that should be enough for a +1.
It is.
Were you asking for my bonus?
Uh-huh.
+4.
Okay, so +5 with Reiklin, plus a bonus that I have deemed worthy for your disguise. Okay, it's been rolled.
Regina, take my things, and I will hand Regina my things.
He takes them.
Okay. Okay,
All right,
so
here
Pisto
we go.
is doing his best to look like a potted plant. It's looking pretty good as far as you guys can tell.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Any last useful items that we felt like we would not have left with Zarias would probably be, let's see, I probably left my bandolier with most of my scrolls with Zarias.
Okay.
I also probably left a couple of my potions with him as well. One of which was the potion of invisibility.
Okay, and Zarias is...
Actually,
Yes?
Sapisto wants to take his bandolier of not his healing things, but his other one, and bury it in the dirt, in his pot.
Okay,
Excellent.
lovely.
Okay.
And Zarias is below the manhole, correct?
Yep.
Stayed behind. Very good.
Stay behind. Yep, with the equipment that we would want to not have confiscated.
Sure.
Okay. So Reiklin still has his shield and his staff. He probably won't need them too much, but we'll see. Okay, here we go. Okay, now we start rolling the wagon up to the fort, the main way, and quietly singing some songs to ourselves. So,
Okay, who's on to perform here?
this will
I will.
be primarily Regina. Reiklin is just going to attempt an aid on this, so he'll just be kind of a harmonizing tone while she's doing her performance.
Now,
So-
how subtle do you want to do this, or do we want to be bold and upfront?
Bold enough, but remember that one of our disguises here is that we're kind of haggard and we've gone through quite a bit, and so we're just trying to keep our spirits up.
All right.
Okay.
So I'm going to stand up in the car and I'm going to start strumming my lute, and then gonna just start like just dancing and performing.
What would you say is like the style of your music?
Kind of rocky,
Okay.
poppy.
Pop rocky.
Yeah, just like 90s.
90s Galarian style.
Yes.
Lovely. All right,
Okay.
what's your performer, Gina?
My perform. Let's see. '23.
23.
Reiklin's performance is untrained, so he will have his +2 for being a human skilled guy kick in there, as well his +4 for aiding another, so another +6. So this will be just a +12.
Okay.
Actually, I'll just do the +6 because I'm going to roll the 6. So add 6 to that. That's a 17 to aid, so not quite enough for a +1.
Okay, so we got a 23. So you guys are approaching on this wagon, and as you do, you see one of the shadows kind of point down, and you guys hear shouting. Now, do any of you speak Orcish?
No.
Negatory.
Okay. So yeah, you hear just kind of gibberish, just rah, garu, ah. And you see people kind of making a commotion on the wall here. Now you guys are approaching from
Chase,
the front.
how did that go again?
Oh, garu, ah.
Cool, thank you.
Verbatim both times, trust me. Now you guys are approaching from the front entrance down here, yeah?
Yeah.
And Zarias is kind of off over here for now. Okay. So they start making a commotion. You hear shouting kind of start echoing around. Zarias, from down below, you're gonna hear some big thudding footsteps. You're gonna hear brrr, brrr.
Yeah, I'm
Very loud.
Pretty close to the top of the ladder, just listening for whatever I need to hear.
So you're hanging from the ladder?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And you're also muted, sir.
Am I?
Uh-huh. I think so.
Yep.
Oh, is that better? I thought I
Yeah,
was.
that is
Sorry.
much better. Yes.
All right. So you guys are approaching. You guys see commotion. You see some bows get drawn and pointed down at you. And you're gonna hear this gentleman up here. Are you guys gonna continue to approach?
hmm
Who approaches?
In a poor Garundi accent, Reiklin is going to yell up, "My name is Jestil, and this here is the lady Beyond Share. We are a small band of performers, and we are a little down on our luck and are seeking a place to take refuge for the night.
I will sing for you. I have a very pretty voice.
We can be some good performers if you would be interested."
You hear them these two right here kind of look at each other and they grumble at each other. Leave everything in your wagon or die.
Very well then. I don't understand why death would be a part of it. Would you like to search through the wagon? We have a few of our own accoutrements for the performances here.
You approach the fort of Grand Lady Deadveins.
Oh, my dear pardon. I'm so sorry. I did not know that there was a master of the place. Forgive me. Could we come in, introduce ourselves, and then perhaps get some of our effects fetched by you? Like I said, we are performers, and we would love to share some of our skills with you.
These two look at each other again. This one shouts off to this one over here. This one shouts off to this orc over here. And the same one that's been speaking just say, leave everything in the wagon. Put the wagon in front of the gate. Then get on the ground behind the wagon.
Very well then, absolutely. And very forthright of you. Follow complacency.
So you guys load everything into the wagon,
Yep.
Push it up to the front there.
Mm-hmm.
Good. You're going to hear them talk to each other. They both have bows pointed at you. Hands on your head, on the ground.
Right here, on the ground, hands on head.
Do any of you cast magics?
I cast magics, yes.
Do not speak. All right. You're going to see one of these guys go running down. He's going to disappear for a bit.
Now, Regina would have tried to keep her cane there, and act like she needs it.
Okay, go ahead and roll a deception.
Okay. $30.
Now, does she still get on the ground?
Slowly. Yeah, like she's in pain.
Okay. Yeah, they don't seem too troubled about the cane. Now, this is your nice cane that you're keeping?
Yes.
Okay. So
You didn't leave the nice cane with me and take the crappy one?
No, I don't think so. I wouldn't have.
Okay.
So basically, Reiklin suggested it, and she said she felt confident that she would be able to bring it in. Okay.
Okay, so now as you guys push this wagon here, you guys can see this very large creature with big long arms, long claws, a big gaping mouth, which looks like a troll, which is a pretty common creature around Galarian. Let's get a picture up for you at home here. Maybe. There we go. This is what this lovely creature looks like. So this thing comes walking up to the gate. You see two of them actually approach. One of them is cranking some kind of lever back here, which is opening the gate. The other one's going to step out. It's going to walk out. It's going to sniff you guys on the ground. How do you react as this thing is smelling you?
Probably trembling a little bit.
It kind of lets out a low growl. And then this thing's just gonna like pick up the wagon in like one hand to kind of like lift it up in the air and carry this thing back in there. You guys had the mule with it as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we still did. I mean, I don't know what that poor animal's doing right now.
Okay, yeah, so the troll's gonna like lift up the wagon. It's gonna grab the mule with the other one. It's just gonna smack the mule into the wall. It's just gonna hear a crunch. The mule's gonna go limp. It's gonna go bringing that thing in here as well. Shortly after, there's going to be a couple more of these orcs that are going to walk out. A pair of them right here. Chieftain
I'm
wants
with
to
the
know why
wagon.
you're here. You're with the wagon?
Yeah,
I'm in the wagon.
She's in the wagon, yeah.
Good. Go ahead and roll me a flat check.
Oh, great.
Okay, you're in the
10.
wagon. Chieftain wants to know why you're here. Who are you working for?
Reichland points hurriedly at his mouth and shrugs.
We work for ourselves. I'm a diva. You may have heard of me. Beyond Share, the famous singer.
No. It doesn't matter who you were. You are now property of Merita Deadveins, the great chiefess.
May we perform for her? It would be our honor.
You will do what she wishes. For now you come with us.
Very well.
Get up. Do you guys comply?
Yes.
Slowly and painfully.
Okay.
Reichland moves to try and aid her if they don't seem agitated by it.
He tries to what now?
Reichland moves to aid Regina in getting up, unless they seem agitated by it.
Yeah, no, they don't. Okay, so now you getting up using your cane here?
Yeah.
Okay, so as they're leading you in, one gets behind you, one's kind of leading in front. The one in front is going to stop, and he is going to look at Regina, and he's going to kind of get really close and look at your cane. These weapon runes! Disarm yourself!
These aren't weapon runes. They're just a pretty design. I thought they were very pretty when I bought the cane.
There's a story behind it if you'd be interested to hear.
He's going to punch Regina.
Mm.
Good sir, this is not a way to treat a lady.
That's a 21.
A 21. That misses.
So how do you dodge this?
As he goes to punch me, I act like I trip a little bit, and it just kind of misses me. And I lean on my cane heavily like I really need it.
Yeah, he's going to try to yank the cane away.
Good sir, please. This is an interesting cane. It is actually cursed. You probably don't wish to touch it.
Go ahead and roll a deception.
Okay.
Is that something Regina can aid in?
Uh-huh.
I didn't want to say anything about the curse, but yes, it is. My ex-husband Harold was an ass.
Okay, the deception is only an 18. I guess I rolled a whopping 4, so plus 14.
Okay, he kind of angrily meets your eyes, and he's going to yank really hard on it. Are you going to let him take it?
What, her cane?
Her cane.
I'm not gonna, not going to, what do you call it? Fight against it.
What about you, Regina?
I'm going to kind of lean into it like I really need the cane to stand.
Yeah, he's going to just yank it real hard. So you can do opposed athletics unless you want to just let him take it.
What do you guys think?
What would Regina do is the question.
She would try and keep it.
Okay, go ahead and roll me in athletics.
16.
A 16. Okay, yeah, so he ends up getting it from you here. He just yanks this thing out of your grasp. You're probably kind of off balance now, as you were leaning on it before.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's cursed. I will take a curse for the chiefess. No runes! And then he's going to smack you with it. That's a 22. Nope, 21 again.
That misses.
I'm gonna villain point it. We're gonna crack into these. Okay, that's a 23.
The 23 is right on the dot.
Okay.
Wait, how did it become from a 13? You rolled a 13 and missed, and then rolled a 2 and hit?
So it's the better result plus 2 for a point.
Oh, I see. The plus 2 from the better hit. Gotcha.
How much damage does your cane do?
So it would be.
It's a striking.
Yeah, so it's 2d10.
2d10. Okay, so ignore that d12. Okay, so that's 8, 14 plus 6, so 20 damage.
Okay.
So he cracks you with this thing pretty hard.
Okay.
You follow orders or you die.
Reiklin starts muttering, "Oh, the curse! Oh dear! Oh dear! The curse!"
He looks like kind of nervous and like kind of like maybe like holds it kind of lightly off to the side, and they're going to continue leading you guys inside.
Yep.
All right, so I am going to go ahead and copy you guys to a different map here. So hold, please. We've got an interactive layered map here, so we're going to just try to work this out.
It's fancy.
Yeah. This is right. This is off to the side. You guys are being led in. Now, Sapisto is in a cart, correct?
Yep.
They're in a wagon. Okay, so they probably just leave the wagon like right here. The troll just sets it down.
If I heard you correctly, the mule has basically been incapacitated.
Yeah, as you walk in, the troll's eating the mule.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Well, so far so good. Our research has turned up quite accurate, unfortunately.
All right, so these guys are going to walk you all the way up these stairs in here. So this fort, when you get in, there's some like stable looking things in here. You can see a couple of orcs maybe sitting over there. The two trolls are going to sit over here. They look like they're kind of arguing over the mule, maybe near getting into a fight, but not quite. They're going to lead you up in here. There's two guards guarding a grated door here. They're going to open it, and they're going to kind of usher you guys in.
Okay.
Resisting at all?
Not really, although after walking in and as they're following up by closing the gate or whatever it is, wishing to speak with the one who was initially speaking with us, will we be meeting your, what was her name? Dead
Great Chiefess Deadveins!
Deadveins, thank you. I wish to address her properly when the time arises. Do we have a moment to prepare before addressing her?
You have all night. You'll speak to her in the morning.
Very good, sir. Thank you very much.
Oh dear.
All right, so they're gonna close this door. You're gonna see them lock the door with an iron key. Now, when you get put in this prison here, you do see a woman with some red braided hair and a gentleman with dark long hair, kind of in ragged clothing, kind of sitting down dejectedly. They kind of look up, just looking very distraught, and then just kind of look back down. Don't pay much heed to you.
Do the guards walk away?
Yeah, so two stay posted at the door, and the two who ushered you in are going to go back to their business.
Regina goes to sit by the lady. We're here to rescue you.
She looks over, looking completely doubtful, and just looks away.
Are you
Reiklin.
there?
Am I what?
I am telling you, we're here to rescue you.
Sure you are.
This is all part of the plan.
That's what I said too.
Oh, so you're still working on yours then. Good.
We're not getting out of here.
That's what my third husband said to the marriage. I've had 40 more.
Just kind of raises an eyebrow and kind of rolls her eyes, folds her arms. Hope
She
you
walks
like
over to this
labor.
one. We're here to rescue you too.
He kind of looks up. He just looks like depressed. Looks up, maybe a little hopeful at first, and then just kind of like you can see his hope die, and he just kind of puts his head down in his knees.
Okay. Reiklin is standing closer to the door. He hasn't really entered the precinct too much. He turns about, looks around, observing down the what do you call it? The courtyard.
Okay. Yeah.
Looking for signs of reinforcement or any kind of new architecture? Perception of
right.
14.
14. Yeah, so you can tell that this door, the actual iron door itself, looks like it's freshly been put on. You can see like some rusted hinges where maybe an old one was put on, and this one's kind of brand new.
Crafting check to assess any weaknesses in the door. Sorry, my crafting ability I think is a 12.
Sure. Yeah, so the bars themselves look pretty steady, but the way that it's been hinged onto the door looks a little bit flimsy. Like it could maybe, with enough force or corrosion or something similar, could be taken down.
Cool. Okay. And then the two guards, just observing them for just a couple of minutes. Do they seem to be doing anything, listening very much, bored, falling asleep?
Yeah, they look quite tired and very bored. They've hardly paid any heed to you at all.
Okay. After a
Can
moment,
you roll a perception for me really quickly when I just for what I notice here in the courtyard?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you see that the two patrol guards, or the ones that escorted them into the prison, come back down, go into a little building over here. It's slightly raised up some stairs and over here. You see them go up there. You can see a couple here kind of keep wandering out and peeking around. They look like they're on a very lazy guard duty and keep wandering kind of back in there. The two trolls like ripped the mule in half and ended up sharing it. And this one here is now going to be wandering off this way. This one kind of keeps patrolling around the wagon.
On my end, does it sound like everything's kind of gone back to normal after the ruckus earlier?
It does. Although
do I see where the gate or where the grate is? The sewer grate?
No, you do not.
Okay.
Zarias, you will hear the heavy footsteps return after a time and kind of get back to its rhythmic pattern.
Okay.
Heavy footprints and a troll resuming its. Is that troll patrolling?
It is, yeah. You guys kind of see it come over to here and then back to here.
All right, I'm observing it and kind of timing its pacing and deciding mentally that that's probably what Zarias was listening to. Okay. Whispering a little bit to one of the trolls, testing his common, asking, "So, what be our name?"
Saying that to one of the guards?
Yep, the one on the left.
Okay, it doesn't answer.
Do you understand me words?
You get the sense that he is understanding you and he's looking a little bit agitated, but he's not saying anything.
Don't you be worrying. I understand what it's like to be standing guard. I had to stand guard for several skeletal minions for, I believe it was 16 hours. They forgot that I was living, you see. It was very, very boring. But don't you worry. You're doing a good job.
He's going to turn around and like kind of grin looking in there. You know what keeps me awake?
What's that?
Ripping the spine out of humans.
Really? How many have you ripped so far?
63.
63? Have they named you after Spine Ripper yet?
Not yet. He looks kind of pleased with that thought.
Wouldn't that be a very interesting name?
Yes.
How would you phrase it?
Gogra Spine Ripper.
Gogra Spine Ripper. Could you hear the stories being told already? Gogra Spine Ripper ripped out the spines of 63, no, 64 humans.
This one's gonna kind of perk up. He hasn't ripped out a single spine. Shut up. Yes, I have. 63. You haven't heard anything. They kind of like start barking back and forth in Orcish.
So Gorkra was his name?
Gogra.
Golgra. Okay. Okay. All right. Wander back. Let the orcs temper down a little bit.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Then presently approach the one again. Golgra, I have a question for you.
Kind of ignores you.
How often do you all eat around here? Do you have some good victuals?
You'll eat slop in the morning.
Well, I didn't ask for myself. I was asking about you. Do you eat well in these areas?
Very well.
Ah, good. That means that you have a good leader that cares about you.
She is the chosen one.
Chosen one?
Aye,
Really? Is there a prophecy?
there is.
Oh, I would love to hear such a tale.
She will make everyone the children of frost and kill the unworthy.
Children of frost and kill the unworthy.
This
Goodness.
one's gonna say, "Shut up! They're not worthy to hear this." Oh, right.
So, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Regina walks up hearing about the frost. So does that mean she likes people who can do stuff with frost?
No, she gifts them with frost. Shut up! He kind of looks awkward and gets quiet.
Sounds like you need to show him your spine-ripping abilities in person.
Go ahead and roll a diplomacy.
I'm
Oof.
going to
That's
hero
a
point
natural
that.
one right there.
Natural one, hero pointing.
Mhm.
24.
A 24. Why are you always doubting me? Why are you always telling me to shut up? You shut up! And they're going to start barking back and forth in Orcish again. And they're going to kind of start wrestling and fighting and punching each other right here.
Reiklin will watch for a little bit, and as long as they don't get too agitated or too carried away, he'll just watch.
So you guys are going to hear, so Zariah, you're going to hear a big thumping, kind of like a quickened pace. This troll's going to come running over here. It's going to grab, which one? It's going to grab this one, Gogra.
Golgra?
Oh,
He's going to pick him up by his leg, smack him into the wall. There's just going to be a splatter on the wall, and he's going to drop him. He's going to go pacing down here, and then he's going to come up a couple minutes later carrying another orc and just place him here.
Oh,
Well, so much for getting one of them buttered up a little bit.
And it's going to go back to its patrol. He's going to look kind of unfazed and just go back to guard duty.
or Golgra.
One down, 75 to go.
the new one comes up. So what's your name?
He ignores you.
The last one was Gogra. He was telling us about spines. Do you have a special talent?
Gogra's dead.
Tis really a shame,
He's
actually.
going to spit on Gogra's body right next to him.
He had such lofty dreams.
They're
But
both
how
gonna
about
be
you,
silent.
sir? You're a lot more stoic.
This guy's going to kind of nervously say, "Shut up. Don't say anything."
Well, just don't get into a fight with each other, that's all.
They both stand quiet.
How close to the door are they?
They're pretty close. They're within an arm's reach.
Regina pulls Reiklin back, whispers, "Should we punch one of them? See
No.
if we can cause another commotion."
Remember, our first goal here is to establish ourselves as harmless and not a threat. Although I am starting to wonder if being in here is not as useful.
Should we?
You think, says the woman.
Down below, I've threaded my
Right,
arms through the ladder, and I've pulled out a sketch pad, and I'm drawing what I'm hoping is these people performing excellent things for them. And then on another page, I sketch my fears, which is that every one of them is dead.
Like a really morbid pros and cons list.
Mhm.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Reiklin will go up to the lady that's in the corner and sit down next to her. So, How long you been here for?
3 weeks.
Only 3 weeks.
Yes.
You have rather low spirits for only being here for 3 weeks.
Yeah, just wait. They'll break you in a day.
In a single day, you say? So what's their usual activities here?
Beating, labor, beating, labor, beating, labor.
Not so sure I like the beating part, but the labor, what kind of labor would it be?
Cooking, cleaning, hauling useless junk, fixing up parts of the fort,
I see.
polishing.
In your time being here, how many would you say that there are in their forces?
Why, thinking of escaping?
No, I'm just taking an assessment of the situation. I'm sure you did it the first few days.
As far as I've counted, a couple of trolls, maybe 15, 20 orcs.
15 or 20? Okay. Thank you. Oh, and your name was
Why does it matter?
Akaya, right?
Yes.
Good.
Have I
your
told
other-
you my name?
No, but your other gladiator friend who escaped, he's in good hands.
She looks like a little bit perked up. He got out?
Aye. How do you think we found you?
You were foolish
Eh.
to come.
And look on the bright side. Now it's only 14 to 19 of them. We've already done good.
Yeah, well, they'll regain their numbers faster than you're going to take them out that way.
I'm sure. So, when they are doing their recruiting, how many new bodies come in daily?
Well, when we came over, there was about 6 to 8 of them.
Aye. So 3 weeks later, and they've tripled their numbers. Okay.
Doesn't seem to have any pattern as far as I can tell.
Aye. Of their prisoners, how many have there been?
Just us. They kill
Two of-
most.
They killed most of them?
Consider yourself unlucky.
Indeed. What about their supplies? You been watching their supplies at all?
No. Can't say that I have.
All right, then. That's fine. Thank you very much.
They feed us slop. They eat like kings.
Just wondering where it all comes from.
Good question. I've seen wagons come in. I imagine they've pillaged most of it.
Okay.
They send out
That would
raiding
make sense.
parties about every other day.
That does make sense. Well, I suppose our little donkey is no more, so I suppose we have some losses to take into account as well.
It's going to be the least of your worries.
Oh, I am no doubtful of that. Thank you very much. All right. Thinking. Let's sing a little tune.
Did they take our loot?
They did.
So, what about things that were on our immediate person? Did they search us?
Yeah, I mean, they would have had you put it in the wagon. Was there anything you wanted to try to conceal?
No. So they just said put all the things in the wagon, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. And then the wagon is sitting right in the center of the courtyard down there?
Yep, right here where Sapisto is at.
Okay. All right.
Troll patrolling around it.
Okay. So here we go. We're going to have to do some a cappella.
All right.
Okay. Who's leading? Who's assisting?
I'll lead.
We'll start with a little piece. Since we don't have any instruments, we're just going to have to. Reichland is going to pose as the instrument, I suppose. So he'll be doing mostly the aid in this particular rendition.
Okay. Yep, go ahead and roll it, Regina.
So she starts singing, I look up to the little bird that glide across the sky. Kind of off tune.
Okay.
Very good.
And,
All right. Let's see.
do you want me to roll my performance for aiding?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
33. Nat 20.
All right. I rolled a 16, so not enough to give a
I
plus.
am perfectly on tune. It's just beautiful.
So, Reichland, you do not assist, correct?
I rolled a 16, so
Okay, so not quite.
not enough.
This gentleman
Enough
here
to make
is,
some noise.
he's actually going to join in after you've been singing for a little bit. He kind of perks up a little bit. He kind of starts softly singing along with you, and he does assist. He's got a very lovely voice.
As he joins in, I get louder, and I just start like clapping and dancing.
Very good. These two kind of give you dirty looks at first, and you can see that eventually you kind of see like their feet start tapping a little bit. This troll here is going to stop its patrol and it's just going to sit there and sit down and like watch.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. You know what? Because this was a crit, I got something good. Hold on. Let me pull up the name of it. Fascinating performance. So they are fascinated by me.
Oh, you have fascinating performance?
Uh-huh.
Very good,
Well,
yeah.
snap.
These two kind of just like close their eyes and start tapping their foot to it, and the troll just kind of sits down and is...
Okay. All right, and then
Darius, you probably hear this lovely performance echoing you're at.
And it does up to 4 of them. So they're all fascinated by my performance.
This
Nice.
troll's gonna come join his buddy.
just out of curiosity, does Zarias notice the footsteps anymore?
Yeah,
I would not.
Yeah, he hears him stop.
All right.
Quick, what is there a stick in the wagon?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. So when I see that troll depart, is like everybody, or like no, I can't see anybody else around.
Yeah, you don't see anybody else around.
Okay, I'm going to unbury myself, place my head, my Gordon head, upon the stick, put the stick in the ground, don my gear
Put the stick like in the pot.
in the pot.
Yeah, the stick is
So-
replacing what Sapisto used to be posing as.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm gonna don my gear. And then I'm going to quickly roll a knowledge nature about trolls to myself. With a plus, what was it?
That is a what are trolls actually? Hold up. They might be nature. They might be society.
Monstrous. I think they're a giant type.
Or usually tells me right here. Yeah, they're a society.
Then can you roll me a +7 for my bardic lore?
Uh-huh. And what do you anything in particular you want to know?
Can they smell me?
They do not have scent, despite the way that they like to sniff things.
Okay. Then what I'm gonna do? What else is in the? I mean, all of our gear is in the cart.
Uh-huh.
So
Or with me.
let's see. So I'm gonna pick up all of my gear that I'd given to Regina, put it back on my person as quickly as I can, stealthily.
Uh-huh.
And then I'm going to cast invisibility on myself
Okay.
and jump out of the cart.
So as soon as you finish casting invisibility and jump out of the cart, you see a gentleman kind of patrol around here. He looks a little bit confused about where the troll's at, and he's going to wander up over here. Kind of from the base of the stairs, he's going to just start kind of checking out the performance too.
Joins the
Kind
throne.
of reach his hair up and just kind of, yeah, he's going to kind of watch bob his head a little bit.
Can I see anybody else?
Nope.
And did I see any patrolling orcs? Like, do I know any other orcs around? Like, do I know that?
You've seen
Like-
two patrolling very lazily. You haven't seen this one come down. You've seen this one right here and this one right here lazily and sporadically patrolling.
So I know that there's one other one in here.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I think I would try to stealthily push the plate up just a little so I can try and get a peek on what's going on out there.
Okay. This plate is very heavy when you go to lift it. Make a
Okay.
strength check if you would like to try to do it. It's like, I mean, you can kind of like, it budges a little bit, but this is a heavy metal plate you're pushing up.
So strength, would I do athletics?
Yes.
Not 20.
Yeah, you just lift that thing with ease very steadily. So yeah, when you kind of peek up here, you can see two trolls over here sitting down, looking like kind of like just like little puppy dog eyes in this direction.
Okay. What do I notice in this general area when I look around?
So right in here, you can see a very thin little grate right here that goes into the wall. You see some stairs that go up right here, and you see the trolls over here.
Okay. For now, I think I'm going to go ahead and put this back down.
Okay. Lower yourself back down.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the rest of you doing?
I'm
I'm still singing.
I'm going to head towards the sound of the performance, but I'm going to be quiet.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah,
am
you
I
can
able to
see.
see up
Yeah,
these
you can see
stairs?
this guard here is kind of just leaning against like the wall right here, kind of bobbing his head. You see a couple of trolls sitting down, and you hear Regina singing.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm going to quietly climb up here.
You
Oh,
can hear their heavy breathing as you get closer. Hear maybe like a little happy.
oh. Okay. Can I? It's okay. I'm gonna
So-
go this way.
Okay, so going across there will require a stealth.
I'm going to stealth. I'm gonna roll it right now.
Would you like to hero point it?
Does she get a big plus for being invisible?
Yeah, you are invisible. That is true. You're good. I forgot the fact that you're invisible. Let's add a little status marker. Yeah, no, you're good.
Okay.
There we
But
go.
I'm
That's
gonna-
invisible.
I'm gonna keep going this way.
Uh-huh.
I do have low light vision, and there aren't any lights, but do I see these stairs?
So yeah, everything's very dark to you right now, but yeah, you can kind of vaguely see the stairs. There is a couple of torches right here, I should have mentioned earlier. So it is
Okay.
dimly lit in here. There's some maybe torchlight kind of escaping over here, so you can see the stairs, but it's very dark.
Okay. So I think okay. Then I'm going to come up this way so I can scout out as much as I can.
Okay.
Just for the viewers, by the way, the Sapisto rolled a natural 2, which gained a total of 12,
True.
Oh yes.
Plus being invisible.
plus being
So-
invisible and whatever other modifiers the GM had.
So when you get up here, you can see some kind of slits in the wall here that are glowing faintly. So looks like there's light coming through in like little windows.
Okay.
Not glass, just open slits. And when you get right here, you can see in here, you can see that there is a guard or two posted in here.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna keep going.
Door right here.
What?
There's a door right here that is closed.
Okay. Well, I don't think I want to try and open that just yet.
Are you small enough to get through the slits?
I don't think so.
Not quite.
Okay. Then I'm gonna come back this way. Then I'm gonna wander this way.
You see a hatch in the ground right here. Looks pretty familiar, like the one that was above you down in the tunnel. You can see a tiny little thin grate right here. Looks like it could be squeezed through.
I'll look through the grate.
Yeah, so it looks like it leads into a little room here. There's a torch in here, so there's some faint light glowing from it.
I will squeeze through the grate.
Okay, so it has to be opened. It's like a
Oh.
like an openable grate.
Oh. Okay. Then I will not squeeze through the grate. I'm gonna come back up here. And Thaddeus. No, not yet. I mean.
Yeah, you guys hear each other.
So, I would like to give you an update. Regina and Reiklin are imprisoned. They are behind bars. The bars are probably locked. The bars are currently being watched by 2 orcs, 2 trolls, another orc, and so it's just me and you.
Those
What do you
are,
want to do?
quite the odds right there. Um, oh boy, I don't know.
Did I forget to mention that there were 2 trolls? 2 trolls?
You sure did.
What do we do?
Well, at first, I think I ought to get out from under this grate so I can be more useful.
Okay.
I'm going to try pushing it up again.
Yeah, you had such a good grip on it before, you can just lift that right up.
Okay. I slip out and then put it back where it was.
Okay, so you're slipping out quietly?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you lift it up real quiet. You're able to set it down since you're lifting it with ease. Doesn't make much noise. You don't see Sapisto. You maybe see a little blur.
I will reach up and I will take Zarias. I will take your hand and like curl my little leafy fingers around one of your fingers, and I will say, "For now, I will hold onto you so that you know where I am."
Oh, there you are. All
Or
right.
can I ride upon your back like I have before?
Yeah, hopping up.
I'm gonna scramble up.
It's probably an odd sensation.
I'm probably used to it by this point.
Pretend your eyes are closed. Also, in the room up there, I will. You don't see where I'm pointing. Okay, so up the stairs, up there to the right, there is a door that is shut, and
Yeah.
in there I can see there are 2 guards posted.
All right. Is the cell door that they're singing at the only way into that cell there?
As
To
far
be
as
truthful,
you've seen, yes.
I did not get close enough to look. I was scared.
Quite understandably. Those trolls present a big problem.
I could get into that door if I had some time. I have my tools, and I have a spell.
All right, let's try to get up there so we can at least open up our options.
But how do we get them away? Regina, I love her, but I think this plan was... If I need to get them out of the prison, everyone is now watching the prison. So I am upset by the turn of events.
All right, I have sort of an idea.
Can you fireball them?
I could, or another option is I could, if we could get to the wall next to where their cell is, I could potentially use acid arrow and cut a hole in the wall.
In the wall?
Right. Give them a way out.
Oh.
But we don't want to do that while everyone's watching.
No. This wall right here, how high up is it?
So this one right here is about, from where you guys are at right now, about 15 feet.
Zarias, throw me up onto that wall.
All right. Before I do you have any ideas or any spells that could communicate with them? I'm not really that type of spellcaster.
No, you know, for as auditory as my spells are, I don't have a single communication spell. But I can scream and sing really loud. So I will try to do that somehow. One moment.
Mm-hmm.
And you can feel/hear me sort of scuffling in my inventory really quickly. Here, have this. Into your hands, I drop a lesser alchemist fire. And have this. And a lesser acid flask. And that is all.
Typing in the inventory.
Yeah.
I also know I have some useful scrolls, but I cannot see in the dark to read what they are. I also cannot read. So if
How
you
have you
cannot,
been doing that all this time then?
so reading an aura is more like a feeling. So I know one of these is a scroll of lifting, levitate, so I can push myself up onto the roof. No, I can't do that.
Well, I could mage hand you up there.
Oh yes. Thank you. Please do such. Can you see me? Do you need to see me?
That's a good question. Do I need to see her? Or him?
No.
I believe it just requires a single subject. It might be touch.
As long as like you're aware of where she's at when you begin it, should be okay. I'm gonna have you roll a flat check if you're trying to accurately place him somewhere.
So
Fair
do
enough.
not throw me now.
For
Just
those at home,
place me.
we've previously discussed that since he has the leaf gliding Leshy ability, I'm gonna allow him to be mage-handed as long as he's not encumbered by more than 5 pounds of stuff.
You did just hand me all that stuff.
Right.
Just out of curiosity, Zarias, are you still holding all of our equipment that we gave you, or did you leave it inside of the manhole?
I think Zarias would probably take it with him.
It's mostly just like a couple of like side pouches and stuff like that.
Yeah. All right, so I'm going to lift her up there. You needed a flat check, you said?
Depends on where you're trying to place her.
Where do you want to go?
So there's a wall up here. This wall kind of goes up to the keep. So there's kind of a ledge. Like, I'll take you guys over here for a minute. You guys can kind of see what it looks like from the upper view. You guys are right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's this wall right up here. You guys can see the guards kind of posted around. And then this is the stairs where you're going down from the lower level. So up above here, there's another ledge and then another ledge here to the top of the keep. So this is about 10 feet up from here, 10 feet up from here.
Okay.
I would like you to use your best discretion and put me up here, lift me, and if I do, it means to the right. And if I do, it means to the left.
Sounds like a workable plan to me.
All right. Hold on. Let me face your way you are facing so we get this right. So I will scrabble around and I'll stand on his shoulders. I am facing forward the way you are facing. And I'm ready.
Okay, I cast Mage Hand.
And where are you trying to put her? Put him?
Is this where you want me to put you?
Lift me about 10 feet first, and I will to tell you which way.
What if I lift you up high in the air and you signal at them?
I am invisible. So it cannot work. Not that way. But wait. I don't have an idea. Actually, I do have an idea, but it will have to be enacted shortly. Do the lifting first, and then I will signal with my mouth.
I lift her 10 feet in the air.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you can
Now-
see this ledge here, this ledge here.
Okay. I would like to be placed. Okay.
I move her to the left.
No!
I move her to the other left.
Hear this hurried little no.
The other. The only. Okay. I will.
I need Sapisto and Zarias to both make me a stealth.
Shit. Oh no.
16.
27.
I'm going to use a hero point because I got one.
Okay. Good call.
Oh boy, that's worse.
Oh,
So
that is
18.
so
A
worse.
natural 1 resulting in a 12.
Yeah.
An 18 is what you, my sir, needed.
Oh, good.
So,
Oh, good.
this guy,
That
you can
was a
kind of
plus
see.
2.
Yeah, he looks over the edge over here and is kind of like looking towards the noise of Sapisto. So he doesn't really look down.
Oh, I forgot. My scales are shifted, so I actually get a +2 to my stealth. So it's a 20.
Right, so 20.
Nice.
Even better. So yeah, he doesn't really look down too much. He kind of is looking out, kind of towards over here, and then goes back looking off in this direction.
Excellent. Okay.
Zarias like visibly collapses a little bit.
Mage handing.
Do you move me far enough over to the?
Are you trying to get up here?
Yeah, I'm trying to get up on the. Yeah.
So I'll be 20 feet up from where you're
Okay.
currently at. Roll me a flat check. Sapisto, roll me a flat check too.
Oh no.
Oh, I need to roll you a flat check?
Both of you do.
Okay. And that's just a d20, right?
Uh-huh.
Oh, no.
All right, so Sapisto rolled a 9 and Zarias rolled a 1.
Oh, gosh. Should I spend a hero point, guys?
Depends on what the flat check is for, honestly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know the flat check is to accurately place her, so do you want to take the effects of a critical failure of trying to place Sapisto, or do you want to hero point it?
I don't think Zarias would do that. I think his pride is too much in this.
I think that it's hilarious, and that not seeing your subject when trying to place them on a wall is an
smashing
understandable
me
mistake.
into a,
I guess that's fair.
yeah.
Okay, so you're pretty confident that you've got him on that wall, so you enter the mage hand, and you've got your leaf gliding thing, you just start floating back down.
Oh my gosh.
Like right here.
Can I try and reach the ledge or the wall or?
Yeah, you go to reach for it with the critical fail, he like kind of tugs you to the side on accident when he ends it, and you're like over here now.
Oh my gosh.
And you just glide back down.
Hi, how was that perfect placement up there?
So I will come
Angry
back.
little voice next to him says, "It stinks."
I will come back over and I will take his hand again. And I will say, "My friend, can you try one more time?"
Well, why did you come back down here? I put you up there.
You let go of me. I was not quite there, and so I fell right next to you. So, one more time.
All right, let's try this again. Oh, I'm sorry.
This time you're able to recalibrate and get him up there.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So
when you get up here, you can see that there's some stairs coming around here. There's a doorway over here. This ledge is higher up. And yeah, that's what you see.
okay, I'm gonna go up the stairs to the higher ledge.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'm going to go press myself against a wall. I'm not just going to stand here.
After you saw the guard peeking around, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so invisibility lasts 10 minutes. How do I know about how much time it's gone?
You've probably had about 5 minutes.
Okay. So what I would like to do is how high up is this roof? Can I get up onto this roof?
So this roof is about 10 feet tall.
Okay.
Now you can see when you peek, there's some slits glowing light again in here, as well as a door right here.
Oh, okay.
You can see in there is kind of a table full of extravagant food, and you can see a half-orc woman kind of pacing around in here.
Oh, shit.
She's got kind of small tusks, some long flowing white hair, some kind of blue glowing glyphs on her face. Huge battle axe with runes on it on her back.
Okay. Then. Okay. So, here's what I would like to do.
Go for the kill.
This is crazy.
Oh boy.
Okay, so for my first action, I would like to, in my hand, say, come and help me, tiny dancer. And then I want to summon my little thing.
Roll me a stealth.
Where's my sheet? Come here.
How you feel about
15.
that?
A 5 on the die, 15 as the result.
Keep it or hero point it?
Hero point it.
You've got
You've got an
4 right
abundance.
now.
I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
27.
Significantly better. Okay.
Yep.
Now, what do you summon here?
I am summoning my Fae. It's a level 1 summon Fae, and it's a, what is that thing?
Sprite.
Sprite. Thank you.
One question on the chat: is Sepisto now no longer invisible?
I believe summoning a creature still leaves you invisible.
Hostile actions make me uninvisible.
Yeah, this isn't hostile.
Yep.
So, what I'm going to do is I'm not near a window or anything, right?
So there's there's 2 windows here on the front, and there's 2 here on the side as well, but you can be like not in front of one. They're just little slits. They're not like full-blown windows.
Okay. I would like to be not in front of one, so, and kind of in some shadow.
Mhm.
And then I would like to summon my sprite into my hand, and as soon as it materializes, I would like to say, "Snuff out your light, you little twat."
Does it listen?
I think it has to if I summon it, right?
Yeah. I
Okay.
mean, unless you want it to not to.
No.
Usually, it's actually up to the GM's discretion how summoned creatures react to what do you call it? Unconventional commands.
Right. But it will do that, despite your impolite ask.
Kat asks if Sepisto would have received a bonus for the invisibility on her last stealth without having to use the hero point.
No, not for that, because it was
Somatic.
Yeah, it was for the
Or not
verbal.
somatic, sorry, vocal. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I will tell it as quickly as you can. Go and tell Zorias the following message. And then I tell it, essentially, do I have control of it?
Uh-huh. Yep, you do.
Okay. So it's going to fly up and over, and then over here,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to come down and say to Zorias, "Hey, listen. Up there, I have to be quiet. Sapiso says so. Up
That's
there.
right, annoying Faye.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I don't have a lot of time. He says. I don't know why I'm talking like Sapisto, like the Fae. Anyhow, the big scary lady is up there in the room, Sapisto says he is going to go for it, and he says to, please, by the love of Shaylin and Desna's amazing tits, please let our friends out of the room. That's all.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
And then
Fairy, before she leaves.
And with that, let's go to break.
Oh gosh.
Zarias is put into a sudden traumatizing moment of what do you call it? Extreme stress.
Arias looks over at the two trolls and is like, what?
Get my friends out of there and let's take care of this right now.
And we'll let you guys stew on that for about 15 minutes, and we'll be back after break. We'll see everybody in just a minute.
okay. I'm so scared.
Okay, we are back, everybody. Nice and well rested. I've eaten some spicy food for the spicy play that's about to unfold. Supposedly, that's what it's looking like.
We always plan it spicy.
That's the best way to do it. Okay. Sapisto, you have just given Zarias some interesting news. What are you guys doing?
Zarias was going to say something back to the fairy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. So maybe I could have the fairy try to pass a message on to our friends over there. Will the fairy be noticed?
The fairy will have to make a stealth check.
It's is it a tiny creature?
It is tiny, yes.
Yeah.
Are there no longer guards up here?
So yeah, there's a guard right up here. There's a guard right up here. Guard
But not
down
outside
here.
the cell.
No, there's still two guards down below as well.
There are two guards near the cell. Yep.
Yeah, let me go ahead and get their miniatures back out there. There we go.
I haven't learned the names of these two lugs yet. But one Golgra is unfortunately beaten to a pulp on the ground. Golgra Spine Ripper.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. He had a brief sojourn.
All right, I'm going to tell the fairy I'll head up to Sapisto, ask Sapisto to wait.
I don't take orders from you, but I'll tell him you said that.
I say, all right, let me role play this then. Dear fairy, would you please very graciously tell Sapisto that I will be up to him as soon as I possibly can, and please wait.
Sure, okay, whatever, buddy. It flies up there. Lizard Man wants you to wait. Oh, of course he does. All right. He'll start tapping his leaf foot quietly.
All right, I'm going to pull out from my bandolier a potion of invisibility and drink it.
Mm-hmm. You vanish.
I start to go up the stairs.
Okay. Yeah, so you get up here, you can see that there's the door down below. You saw here before, some window slits here.
And there was nothing that connected into the cell that they're in?
No, so there's the roof right here. So this right here, this little ledge is about 5 feet up from down here. Just like a little climb. There's a guard like up above here, listening down below as well. You can see the roof of the cell from up here.
Does this wall here look like it connects with the wall in there?
It does, but through some like solid stone right here. So it'd maybe be more from like inside this room.
How much is the
here.
hardness of the stone?
That would be a craft check.
Okay.
What's your craft bonus?
Plus 10.
Fortunately, this lizard man is trained in crafting.
Hardness of 10.
Okay.
Will you let me know when it's been about a minute?
I'm going
I
to
will.
gently cast Acid Splash on the wall to try and make a small hole in the wall. Just a very small one.
Where at?
Let's do it towards the bottom of the wall.
So put yourself where you're going to be casting from. Let me go ahead and-
Probably not going to be invisible anymore.
Yeah, acid splash would break invisibility.
Oh, it would?
It would,
This would
because
count
it's
as hostile?
yeah.
Yeah, I'd go for the climbing bolt.
Oh, I was trying to communicate with you guys.
I'm going to turn to my fairy.
Oh,
Did he
he
say-
handed me...
Did he say how long to wait? No, he just said wait.
I'm going to use the lesser acid flask. Does that count as hostile?
Yes. Well, depending on how you're using it, I suppose.
I'll just kind of pour it on the wall.
Yeah. So you pour some of that acid on the wall. It kind of sizzles. It's not making any kind of like super hole or anything, though. It's kind of maybe like slowly deteriorating the rock, but nothing substantial.
Do I see this take place?
Yeah. But do you have dark vision?
I have low light vision.
So you can probably
There's
see a
torches over
silhouette
there?
of, yeah, you can probably
Zarias
see.
is invisible now too.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Would
you do not.
that method of doing it count as being hostile?
No, you don't come invisible for that. You're still invisible.
All right, I'm just going to go up to Sapisto. I don't think I can get through the wall. Not without going in uninvisible.
Okay. How you getting to Sapisto?
So you said I need to climb up this way?
Yeah, so it's about 5 feet, 5 feet, 10 feet.
Okay.
Or you can
I'll
go
use
10 feet here, 10 feet here.
I'll use the climbing thingies to get up that way.
The climbing bolts?
Yeah. One of the equipment pieces that I left with Zarias was my crossbow, and I have 2 climbing bolts.
Okay. Where are you aiming at?
Not an orc, right?
Not an orc, no. Was there an orc up here still?
You're on top of him.
Oh, right.
He's right there.
Okay. Can
Would
I
it
see
be-
him from where I'm at?
Yeah, he's if you're right. So if you're probably down here first, right? Because this is 5 feet up, so you can see him up there, kind of like just leaning over the edge, listening to the music.
Okay, I'm going to come back over here and shoot up this way.
Okay. Targeting what? What are you going for?
Huh?
What are you going for? Are you going for like the edge of the wall? Are you going for the edge of the roof? Where are you trying to hit?
Yeah,
This
let's
is
try to
this is
grab
basically
the edge
like
of this
a
wall here.
This is a crossbow bolt that basically is like a grappling hook that then unwinds magically some rope.
Oh, I see. Okay. Then I'm going to aim for pretty close to the top of the wall here.
Okay. So when you hit that, that will drop the rope straight down. It doesn't like magically come back to you. It's like you shoot it and then the bolt unravels into some rope that drops straight down.
I'll shoot the other one right here.
Okay, so shooting a couple and make a couple of ropes right there.
Yep.
All you would have
or
to do
you
is
just
shoot the
mage hand
one.
Huh?
All
Or
you
you
would have to do is put one right here, climb up, and then use the stairs.
True. Okay, I'll just do that.
Okay, so shooting one up here to get a rope and then climbing up it.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead and make me a stealth as you shoot that.
25.
25. Okay. Yeah, so there's a little clank. It's kind of drowned out by Regina singing. The rope unravels right below you.
Climb up it, and then I come around to these stairs and head up.
Okay.
Can you dislodge it easily and bring it back with you? That way it's not just sitting there.
Can I?
Yeah, you can take it with you. It doesn't like magically re-ravel, but you can grab it and kind of, ravel
And sure, I'll do that to clean up my tracks.
Okay.
It's now you just have a bolt with an attached length of I think it's 50 feet.
Yeah, 50 feet.
I wind it up and store it away as I walk.
Okay. Go ahead and up here to Sapisto.
Mm-hmm.
And you are invisible currently, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
As long as shooting that didn't count as hostile.
Yeah, no, not shooting at a wall. You're good.
That's why you didn't point it at an orc.
Is my fairy still here? She's sustained for a minute.
Probably getting near the tail end of it.
Okay, so
Oh, I'm here.
so I'm gonna reach over, and I'm going to say, "Let's do this." So I'm gonna touch Zarias, and I'm going to cast haste on him.
Mm-hmm. That's a verbal component, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a stealth.
Oh. I'll hero point that.
Okay. Good thing you had a nice big stack.
Mm-hmm.
Those of you watching or listening, it was a 4.
Yes, total of a 14. This one is a total of a 30, considering the +2 for a hero point.
Yes. Okay. And then I'm gonna say, ready, go.
I'm going to cast a True Strike on myself.
Okay, you go ahead and roll a... Well, is True Strike a verbal? I think it's just a verbal, right?
Just a verbal.
Go ahead and roll me a stealth check. This quiet muttering of spell incantation is happening outside the
29.
room.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, awesome. All right, now I'm going to look at my tiny dancer, and I'm going to whisper, "You know what to do." Then she's gonna go, "Yeehaw!" really loud,
Okay.
and come down here. 1, 2, 3, down here. Okay. While she does that, I'm going to turn and look in this window. Can I
Okay.
see the half-orc lady?
Yeah, let's go ahead and let's grab it. Let's change map, shall we? Let's see if we can maintain this. We're gonna experiment here. Okay. So she's probably in here. We're gonna see if we can put you guys back where you were at.
Hey, look at that.
Sorta.
Somehow we got inside the cliff side.
We experimented.
That is quite the magical fairy you have there.
Mhm.
Yes.
Quite the sassy one, too.
All right, there we go. So trolls down here. You guys are out here. There we go. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to look in there, and I'm going to cast blindness on her. And
Okay.
it's a DC 22 fortitude save.
Okay, on the half orc here, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is the only entrance that one by those 2 guards?
So there's one right here as well. I forgot
Okay.
to add that door, but there should be one right here, as well as one right here. Map failure. Okay. Character sheets. Combat. We're doing things. It's not the right one. That's not the right one. Don't worry, I have it here somewhere. There it is. Okay. You said it's a fortitude save?
Yes.
Okay, 31.
So,
And you know what? I'm going to hero point that to make that a crit success. Sorry, villain point.
So it was only a success?
So with the villain point, it's a crit success.
Okay, well then, in that instance, pretty sure nothing happens.
Okay. So what's the effect of blind? Let's talk about this. What happens here?
Oh, I'm blind.
You blind the target. The effect is determined by the target's fortitude save. The target then becomes temporarily immune for 1 minute.
Okay. So what does your blind look like?
It looks like just a little, like a tiny little ember spark that when it gets there, it goes bing, like a big photo pop. Flash.
Like a big flashbang type thing?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Yeah, so that's going to happen. She's going to close her eyes and kind of start shaking it, and she's going to grunt. Ugh. Something's here. Get on patrol.
For my last action, I'm going to start my bardic performance. I'm going to do a lingering performance for what's that one for inspire courage.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll do my perform check right now. $22 total.
22 total. Okay.
Mhm.
Yep. That's a success.
Sweet. Okay, so it's gonna go for, I think that's 4 rounds, but I'll look that up. So I'm gonna start doom 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 doom. Pressure pressing down on me,
Okay.
pressing down on you.
Lovely.
So I am now visible, but I have started. So all my allies within 6. Oh, and then since my little Faye knows what to do, she's gonna cast color spray.
Okay. And what is the save on that?
16 will save.
A 16 will save. Okay.
Well, taking that as a signal, I want to try and
This is a signal.
sneak in here and lightning bolt directly into her back.
Okay, so let's see here. So color spray was a 22 will save?
No, it's a 16 will save.
16 will save. So
We wish it was a 22.
that's a success for the first troll, success for the second troll,
Gross.
which is dazzled for 1 round?
It is, I will tell you right now. Yep, dazzled for 1 round.
Okay, so color spray happens, singing happens, lightning bolt. You true strike and step in lightning bolt.
Yeah,
Okay, just go in this direction, kind of diagonal.
correct.
Okay, that's a reflex save. Is that right?
I think it's an attack roll.
Is it an attack roll these days?
I think that's why I cast True Strike first.
For sure. I'm just not sure. I haven't cast lightning bolt personally myself yet.
I can tell you.
No, lightning bolt is actually a basic reflex, so I want to do something to use. Oh, but it would be the next time do an attack roll. So I think my true strike will stay in play until then.
What's the
before-
duration on it?
An attack roll before the end of your turn. Oh, so I'll need to do it now.
You can control Z that true strike if you wish.
Okay, yeah, let's not do that for now. I'll just do the lightning bolt.
Okay. Reflex save.
No, I know what you wanted to do. You wanted to cast Mage Armor first, right?
Yes. While we're standing out here muttering preparations, I want to use my scroll of mage armor.
Okay, lovely. And reflex save is a 25.
25.
Yes, indeed.
Oof. My spell DC is a 22.
Okay, so that's going to be half damage.
Yep.
Mhm.
So let's see.
Also, I've been given 2 villain points.
So it's
Yeah, I noticed
Fireball,
that.
ignore that one, sorry. Alright, so damage total is 29, which means
14.
14. Yeah.
Okay. So she takes 14 damage. The singing happens. Actually, it's 15 damage, yes?
Oh, because
Mhm.
the performance, yes.
15 damage. You step in there with a zapping lightning bolt, and she's going to turn towards you and scream. Her eyes are going to flare blue, and we're going to roll initiative.
Don't forget you have haste, Zarias. Oh!
Whoops.
Don't forget what?
Zarias has haste, so don't forget it.
Also, for this scenario, don't we have bonuses to our initiatives? For our
Uh,
scouting bonuses?
Were you guys legendary on this one? I don't think
Yes.
you were.
Let me double check.
I think we went legendary on both.
I've got it written down. So let me check. Just
That
go ahead
could
and
be.
roll them.
Also, would we hear this down in the jail cell?
Yeah, you would hear this scream, so I'll get to that in a second, but yes, you will
Okay.
hear it. Okay, we're going to go troll initiative is a 19.
What would I be rolling for this?
This will be perception.
17.
Does Zarias get an extra action before initiative starts because he has haste?
So with casting mage armor, stepping in, and lightning bolt, that would have been all of them.
Okay.
Okay. It does look like this was so there's master and legendary, right?
Yes.
This one looks like it was definitely one of those.
Okay. Did you guys know? Did you guys know what the most expensive item was in here?
No.
Okay, so that.
Oh yes, it's the highest possible value. So no, not the.
Oh yeah, no. Okay, so that you guys did do legendary then.
There were 2 missions that we selected for our big ones.
That's right.
This one was this one and another one, and so yeah, I think we do have a bonus.
I'm checking here. Yes, you guys did do legendary here. So +1 to your initiatives.
Okay.
18 then.
32.
Regina, what's your modifier?
My initiative modifier.
This is off of perception, right?
Yep.
So I get a +12.
Okay.
What all does your bardic performance give me a +2 Sapisto?
It's going to give you a +2 to attack rolls, damage rolls, and something else I will tell you shortly.
So 32.
So we have just a +1, right, to the initiative?
+1,
Okay.
+1 to attack rolls, damage rolls, and saves against fear effects.
Yeah, saving throws against fear.
Okay, so you guys. Oh, let's see. I need to add you to the board, and then you guys can add your initiatives. Yeah. There's Zarias. There is Regina, Reiklin, Sapisto. As soon as your sprite color sprays, it poofs away to the end of its duration.
Okay.
Okay, I think I've got you guys all add an initiative there. Did I get Sapisto? I thought I got Sapisto. Nope.
I was the sprite.
There you go. Now I've got you.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to order this descending. So we have got Regina. We've got the War Chief, Reiklin, the Orcs, the Trolls, Zarias, and Sapisto. So, Regina, you are up. What happens is you hear this echoing scream. You hear kind of the crackling of lightning. And all of these orcs that are watching you here, their eyes glow blue and they scream in agony. And you see like these shards of like crystal ice just like start erupting from their skin and they become all spiky. Their skin kind of fades from a pale green to a pale blue.
Oh, nuts.
And they look crazed.
All right. Reiklin shouts over to her, says, "The hinges! Hit this thing at an angle up to the side like this, and it should break it free."
Are there any sticks or anything in here?
Any sticks?
Yeah.
There's not, no.
Tool implements? Nope.
What is unarmed? Or what would my damage be if I was to kick it?
So if you're to kick it, it's a D4 of damage plus your strength modifier, and you are whatever your proficiency in simple weapons is what your unarmed is.
Usually trained.
I'm an expert.
Oh, well.
All right, so that would be a +14 to hit.
Oh, this is probably worth knowing. So, Pisto, you would have seen that the orc dropped Regina's cane back in the wagon.
Oh.
If you would have grabbed it,
Oh, yeah.
you can have it. That was my mistake for not mentioning before.
Yeah, I was sitting here thinking, okay, the one thing we need to go get is the cane, which is over in that little guardhouse over there. So does that mean that Reiklin's shield and staff are in the
Yeah, so anything that you guys would have disarmed would have been put in the wagon. Regina's was a little bit special because he had to force it out of there.
That's right.
So he probably walked Regina over there and then walked back and tossed it back in the wagon with the rest.
Perfect. Okay.
Cool. So you took that Sapisto?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Don't worry about taking the shield and the staff. Those are too bulky, and Reiklin doesn't need them.
So I just go with the flow. I look at the people. I told you we were here to save you. Now do something. And then, because I'm already singing, why not? I go, war. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. Say it again now. And as I get to that line, I kick the door.
Oh my god, I love her.
Beautiful. Okay, so let's go ahead and roll damage. You can automatically hit this door here.
Okay, so it would be a. You said D4 plus my strength mod.
Uh-huh.
Okay. I'm actually going to activate rage as well. That way I can get even more damage.
So raging, stepping up, and kicking.
Yep.
Okay.
So roll D4 plus 11 damage.
Okay, yeah.
12
damage. Okay, yeah, you kick that door off of its hinges. This guy looks panicked. She's gonna say, "What are you doing? We don't have weapons."
I'm a weapon.
She just looks angry and in disbelief.
And I just kind of put my arms up and do my fingers like, come at me.
Okay. That is Regina's turn. It is this one's turn. So she is going to draw her war axe as an action, and then she's going to turn towards Zarias, and she is going to let out this bellowing roar that's just going to come out in a cone of frost. I need you to make me a reflex save, Zarias.
Okay.
A 20. So many character sheets. I'm testing with this new automated stuff here, so give me 1 second. There it is. Okay, so that is going to be a fail. So you are now immobilized, which means that you cannot move your next turn except for, you can't move out of the square you're in without trying to make an escape check. And that's going to be some damage. Okay, 4, 7, 11. So 12 cold damage, and you're immobilized. Okay, that is her turn. She draws her big axe. She breathes frost at you. It's Reiklin.
All right. Reiklin from the cell is going to turn his fingers and is going to cast a calm emotions. Let's go with the what we like to term the fireball version. So it's going to emanate from between the 2 trolls and the 2 orcs.
Okay, so you're going to trying to get these 4 here, yes?
Yeah, it's a 10-foot blast, so that should just barely get all of them if I hit the center spot right there.
For sure. What kind of save is it?
It is a 22.
Okay, so the orcs here automatically critically fail.
Okay.
Their eyes, so you let out this blast. What does it look like?
So it's some wisps of some kind of necromantic white ghosty trails make their way to that area and then burst out in a slow emanation of whispers of necrotic words and whatnot, and those under it feel almost an urge to curl up into fetal position. But in this case, it calms their emotions and keeps them at bay.
Okay, yeah. So the orcs actually do. So their eyes take away that blue, and they just pass out. These 2 right here just go unconscious.
Interesting.
Then the troll on the left is going to make a save. 26.
Can I use a hero point to make him re-roll that?
Yes, reroll to -2. Okay, so that is let's see, the worst one was that just a 15 I rolled there?
That was the 15, so it looks like it's a 26 with a -2 is a 24. That's still a success.
Okay. All right. Then the troll on the right is a 22.
Gracious. Come on. How do they have different results? Are they different than each other?
They are not.
Oh.
That's true. I guess it would have been 1 for both, since we're going like a fireball effect.
Well, no, each of them saves separately. I'm just curious why you rolled a 15 on one and it became a 26, and then a 15 on the other and it became a 22.
So this 15 was this was a 24.
Oh, okay.
-2, so a 22.
Okay. So 22 exactly.
22 exactly.
Okay. Well, that is barely a success as well.
Okay.
All right. So what that does is it means that they are. Okay. Looks like I got to look it up. I did not write down the full details. All
You
right.
use
Stand by.
another hero point, and then
Or use another hero point to make one of them.
one of them fail.
Let's see. I've got a couple, right?
You have got.
Let's do another hero point.
Okay, so that one I'll reroll to see if it's a critical fail.
Okay. Meanwhile, I'm looking up the spell.
Okay, let's see. That one's going to be a 7.
That should do it.
That should be a critical fail.
Okay, critical fail on the one on the right.
Okay. All right. So calm emotions is on a success. Calming urges impose a -1 status penalty to the creature's attack rolls. And then for a critical failure, emotion effects that would affect any emotion effects that would affect the creature are suppressed, and the creature can't use hostile actions. If the target is subject to hostility from any other creature, it ceases to be affected by calm emotions. Except that with a critical failure, it actually hostility does not end the effect. So
Okay.
as long as I sustain this, that one that succeeded gets -1 to their attack rolls, and the other one cannot make any kinds of hostile actions.
Okay, so these things, the orcs pass out. This one looks kind of agitated and just shakes its head. This one just sits back down like it was when it was listening to the music and just kind of chills out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and then for my last action, I will. Let's see. I think one of my spells is a single action. I'm trying to remember which one it is. I don't know. I'll
Guidance.
Yeah, that's
Shield?
what it is. Guidance. That's it. So let's put a guidance on Regina.
Okay. All right. So it is now all of the orcs' turn. So we need to add some more down here. So orcs kind of start piling around here. You guys are basically going to see some advancing over here. We're going to put some up on the towers here again. This advanced multi-layer map that we're using here. Okay. We had one up here. We had one up here. We have one that's up over on here. A couple over here. One over here. And one over here. Okay. So, Sapisto, you're over here, yes?
Mm-hmm.
Just playing your little song?
Mm-hmm.
This guy up here is going to double move up to here, and he is going to draw a battle axe. This one up here is going to take a shot down at Regina. Okay, it's going to miss. So this arrow, when it flies down, when he pulls the bow back, you can see the crystals, like the frost crystals that are protruding from his body, kind of glow, and the arrow like starts turning into this chilled magic. And you see this frosty arrow kind of smack on the ground right before you there. This one here, his axe starts glowing. This guy, these two in here are going to run in at Zarias. They're going to move in. They're going to draw their axes, and they are going to swing.
Zarias, is your health really at 36, or have we just not updated that?
I got hit by her ice wall thing.
Okay.
And apparently, this guy does not have macros for me, so we're going to roll it manual. Okay, that's going to be a 19, Zarias.
Nope.
Okay, and the second one is going to be a 15.
Nope.
So they come running in, drawing their axes, and they swing at you. You're able to be your monk self and dodge out of the way of those. And it is the troll's turn. So this one here is going to move up. It is going to grab this orc here. It's going to pick him up, and it's going to smack Regina with it.
Oh, Lord.
Pick up orc, use it as club.
I actually have an attack here, so I'm gonna roll this macro.
Do you think being picked up by a troll provokes an attack of opportunity?
If you have op attack.
She does.
No. Wait,
No,
I
she
think I
she
might.
doesn't.
No, I think I took it. Hold on.
Oh right, you
Hold
can
on.
at this level, huh? I guess you are a
Yeah.
barbarian.
Yeah,
Let
she's
me
been
double check.
walloped enough by creatures that do have it. She decided she was going to dish out.
I can do attacks of opportunity.
Nice. Would you like to take your reaction to op attack this orc?
I would.
Who's probably going to
love-
die anyway.
Okay.
Are you raging already?
Yep.
hmm
21.
Okay, 21's gonna hit.
Okay. It would actually be a 22.
Okay.
Oh yeah, cause song.
And this will just be a D4 plus your strength, and it will be non-lethal.
Okay.
+1.
So,
And rage.
11 damage.
Okay, so
Well-
how do you hit this guy?
So I just go and punch up.
Okay, so you punch this guy, you kind of uppercut him as he's being lifted. The troll like lifts this limp orc who's now unconscious. It's gonna throw him up against the wall over there, and then it is going to swing a claw down at you for its second attack. It's gonna be a 21.
That misses.
Okay, I'm going to villain point. And is going to be a 23.
Does this song give me a +1?
It
No.
does not.
Okay, then it's right on the dot.
Okay, so that is going to be 14 damage, slashing, if that matters.
Okay.
So that's its turn. It just moves up, tries to grab the orc, throws it aside, and a big claw kind of goes across your chest. And that's the troll's turn. It's Sirius.
So if I'm doing my math right, if I drop a fireball on this spot here, it should get them and not me.
Yep.
All right, that's what I want to do.
Okay, so you kind of throw one in the doorway, and like flame just gouts into this room here, and kind of stops right in front of you. So reflex saves. What's your DC?
22.
22. Okay, so this is for her. She gets a critical success. And then for them,
Yeah.
that's going to be a critical fail. And for the other one, a fail. So go ahead and roll the damage.
Okay. Damage is 32. Critical damage is 42.
Okay, so both of these guys just appear to melt into pure liquid.
Nice.
Like as if they melt into water, like a snowman just going away.
Very cool.
Okay?
I am hasted, so I'm going to use that to do a key strike on her.
Okay. So that's 2 actions for fireball, 1 action for a key strike. Roll that attack.
Yep. I don't know if I've updated this. Let me check. Oh, well, that attack is terrible.
Yeah, that will miss.
I've got 2 hero points. I'll use one of them on that.
Okay. Go ahead and re-roll it.
Let me just use this button over here because I think it's more up to date.
That was a 14 for those at home.
29.
Okay, so a 29, which is a 31 because of the hero point, is going to hit.
Okay,
32 because of the song.
right. And then this should be 3d6 because I have striking runes
Okay,
plus my strength, I think, right?
plus your strength plus 1
Plus 1.
for the
Song.
bardic performance.
That'll be 11 damage.
12.
That's including the 1.
Oh, that is including the 1? Oh, you put it in there. Nice.
Yep.
Okay, so Flame just gouts in here. She turns her big battle axe to the side, and like the axe almost seems to consume the flame. And then she goes to try to block your attack, but you're able to get her kind of right across the face.
Okay.
Okay, and you got one action left.
I do. I'm going to use it to walk around the corner here. 4, 5. I think that's what I can go.
Okay. So she screams, "You attack and run, coward! Face me!"
Strategic retreat.
Okay, it's Sapisto's turn.
I picture the lizard man peeking his eye between one of the window slits and saying, "Actually,
Speaking of
strategic
windows,
retreat."
So there is a window right here then?
Yes, uh-huh.
Okay.
Throw
I can
down
see
my
his eye.
cane.
Oh, don't worry. So my first action is to, well, my first 2 actions is to cast Forbidding Ward on Zarias, and selecting her as the bad guy.
Mm-hmm. Right through the 2 windows there. Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. And then I am going to take my cane, well, the cane,
Mm-hmm.
and I am going to throw it down at the door right there.
Okay, go ahead and make me just an attack
Like
roll.
a javelin. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here it comes. A ranged attack roll right at the door.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, you get it where you're aiming for.
There you go, sweetheart.
Can I try and catch it?
No. You can't really see it coming, but the cane lands right there next to you.
Cool.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Okay, Forbidding Ward, throw cane. It's Regina.
So what does
Awesome.
Forbidding Ward do for me?
So you get a
+1 AC.
Yep.
I'm sorry.
armor class and saving throws against the target enemy's attacks, spells, and other effects.
Excellent. Thank you.
It is a sustain, so as long as Sapisto uses an action each turn to keep it up, it will last for up to a minute.
Yeah, buddy.
And this is my bad, I forgot, but we're going to let it slide and flavor-wise, Rias. So as you start running out here, your feet freeze around you because you are actually immobilized.
Oh, you're right. I forgot.
But that's okay.
about
It was
that.
my bad. So you're out there, and then your feet
The
kind of
fire
freeze up.
melted it.
That's true.
and then it froze again.
Yeah. We'll go with that. I like that.
So you are frozen again.
Okay.
Put a little icon on there.
So I want to pick up the cane for 1 action.
Mm-hmm. This
when
guy's going to op attack you when you pick up that cane.
Was he still there? I thought he
No,
was thrown away.
Yeah, he's gone.
Oh, right. You knocked him out.
Yeah.
The troll, however,
True.
So-
Yeah, the troll can op attack, so we're good.
As I pick it up, it glows like a blue frost.
Okay.
Ooh.
And I want to try and deception. Don't attack me again. I am your leader. See the blue frost? I look different now, but I am the one in charge.
Ooh.
Okay.
This is a deception to fool these pathetic humans in here.
Reiklin is going to aid. Be like, wait, what? How did you do that?
And you're saying this in common, yes?
Yes. Because it's part of the disguise.
Okay. It fails. It
There you
doesn't look like it's understanding you.
Worth a try.
Yeah.
Note to
Does
self.
it do anything
self.
when it sees the blue? Like blue cold?
No, it looks pretty upset.
Okay. Then I'm going to attack.
Okay. So pick up, step up, attack.
I have... Yeah. Okay. So a 25 to hit.
A 25,
26.
Plus ones.
26 will hit.
Okay. 23 damage. 24 damage. 25 damage.
25 damage.
Which is it?
Okay. So yeah, you bludgeon this thing. Its jaw kind of cracks out of place when you hit it. It's kind of drooping to the side. And that was your turn, yes?
I make a shooing motion to try and encourage it to just walk away.
Okay. All right. It is the chieftain's turn. So she is going to come running out here. Going to step up, and she is going to swing at Zarias with her axe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's a 34.
That'll hit.
Does it crit?
Oh, how much does it need to exceed to crit?
10.
It's exactly 10 more.
Okay. That's going to be 62 damage.
Is that with your
Oh,
plus
God.
one? Is that with your plus one armor against for Forbidding Ward?
Yep. Sure is.
Does that put you
And
down?
your shield
Oh yeah.
I don't have my shield up.
or mage armor.
That's in counting everything.
Okay. So 62 damage. So she comes out there. She just kind of swings around the corner, and that axe just cuts you right down. And
Okay,
you are
I guess
now,
I'm going to have to heroic recover.
Okay. Would you like to do it now, or would you like to move up
After
initiative
she
before her?
presumes you dead and walks away.
Yeah, let's do that.
So you want to go before her initiative? So move up before her initiative and then do it. Okay.
after
Whatever will not result in her just cutting me down again.
That would be the right way.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So you are now dying 2 currently.
Holy.
And then she is going to kind of chuckle, and she's going to move this way towards Sapisto. Sapisto, you see her axe rounding the corner. And it is Reiklin's turn.
Okay. For one action, sustaining the whispers that are calming the emotions of the 2 trolls. And then for 2 more emotions, casting a heal spell with necromantic green wisps that envelop and encase Regina and heal her for, let's see, if it's a level 3, so 3d10.
Yes.
Plus,
3d10 plus 24?
3 times 8?
Yeah, 24.
24. All right, so 3d10 plus 24. How did you add the bonuses to this?
I'm not sure. I have like creature macros.
All right, so 24 plus that. So 30, 40?
I am healed.
We like it.
Okay, you patch up.
Okay,
So
and then
I'd be at
and then
1 hit
Reiklin turns
points.
to the he turns to the gladiators. I say axes on the ground there. Do you want to get them?
Roll diplomacy.
Okay. Let's see. I am not trained in diplomacy, so I'll get a +2 on this. That'll be a 15 total.
This guy looks kind of panicked. She gets this big grin. You don't have to ask me.
I want to try and assist as well.
Okay.
You've seen what we can do now, and we've got more people with us. Join us in the fight, and you will live.
Anything else for you in the meantime, Reiklin?
No, that was all 3 of my actions.
Okay.
24.
Okay, yeah, he still looks kind of panicked and shaken and kind of dejected. Okay. It is the orc's turn. So this one here is going to take a shot down at Regina. Regina, you do have some partial cover from that troll there.
Okay. So that gives me a +2.
Yep. Okay, that's going to be a 28.
That'll hit.
Okay. This is going...
Even with the -1 for the calm emotions?
This is the orc.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, that's going to be 8 cold damage.
Okay.
This one here is also going to shoot down at you. No cover against this one. 25.
That will hit, yes.
Okay. 11 cold damage.
Okay.
This one here is going to disappear in some stairs over here. This one here is going to move over this direction. Get in position there. These ones are going to start moving into position over here. Okay. That's the orc's turn. So the troll, this thing's dislocated jaw snaps back into place. And then it's going to let out a big bellowing roar. And
Regeneration for the win.
it is going to attack you. Okay, so it's going to try to snap at you with its jaws, which is going to be a nat 1, which is going to draw one of my villain points.
No, roll another one.
All right.
Nat 1. Nat 1.
So that is a 28.
That'll hit.
With a -1.
Okay, so this is 23 piercing damage.
Okay.
Then it's going to swipe at you with a claw, which is going to be a 14.
That'll miss.
Then it's going to swipe at you with another claw, which is going to be lower.
That'll miss.
That is the troll's turn. Sapisto.
Okay. Well, okay. So here's what I'm going to do first. I'm going to run away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'm going to use my last action to sustain because I can't get to him quickly. So I will, yeah, because soothe is 2 actions, huh?
It is.
Yep. So I will sustain my forbidding ward for now.
Okay. Regina.
Okay. I'm going to jab this thing in the face, like right between the eyes.
Okay. Big ol' blunt smack to the forehead.
24.
Okay.
25.
25.
A 25 will hit.
Okay.
Love how he's seeing that. It's like kind of a reminder that you're giving performance.
That is what Bordic performance is.
20 damage.
Okay, you smack this thing right in the forehead. Its forehead kind of dents in a little bit. It looks a little bit dazed.
21.
Okay. Then I'm going to hit it again.
Okay.
At a 28.
28 will hit.
Okay. It's thinking. There goes. 21 damage.
Okay.
22.
I like you saying it wrong on purpose now just to get the song. Okay. So you hit that thing twice. 2 smacks, one after the other. You got 1 action left.
I back up.
Okay. And it is Zarias' turn. Currently, the gladiators are going to act on Zarias' turn as well. Would you like to heroic recovery, Zarias?
Yep, sure would.
Okay, so you are no longer wounded. You're at 1 hit point. You stand up.
Cool. And that cost me no actions?
No actions.
Great.
Oh, Zarias! Oh, I'm so scared! Oh!
Your ice kind of melts around your feet at this point as well.
Oh, good. Am I still hasted?
Yep.
Cool. Let's see. So so one of those actions has to be used for either striking or striding.
Yep.
Okay, so I can't cast a spell with it.
Yep. Can't cast 2 spells due to haste.
Okay.
Doesn't let you do incantations quicker. Can't start wrapping your spells.
Question about Windwall. I'm not sure if I put this in correctly. Is it really only 1 action?
Which one? Windwall?
Windwall.
Let's study together, shall we? Wind.
No,
Is it
it's
1
2
word?
actions. Okay, so that's just a mistake on my sheet.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, let's step back here. And then I'm going to cast Windwall, going like this.
Is this one of the new spells?
Yes.
Cool. What does it do?
So I summon a 5 foot thick, 60 feet long a 30-foot high wall of wind going like this. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. So up to about here.
Okay.
I get to shape it as I choose.
Sweet.
So within this wall, you can't shoot through this wall. Also, anything that tries to step through it is going to be experiencing difficult terrain to overcome it.
Okay. So just you let out this huge gust of wind that just kind of arcs around. That's so awesome.
Yeah. And then I can see her through these windows, right?
That is neat.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can probably barely get a glimpse of her right here. She's got some serious cover, but you do have line of sight.
I'm going to 1 action level 1 magic missile.
Okay, so fire 1 missile at her.
Yep. Ollie! So I do 10 damage.
So are you casting a level 3?
11. No, that was that was a hand. I meant to do a 1 action level 1. So
Gotcha.
6.
6 damage. Okay. So a missile kind of like arcs its way right through the window slots and hits her in this gust of wind. Takes 6 damage. Okay. And that is Raisa's turn.
Mm-hmm.
So it is her turn.
Gladiators. Huh?
Oh yeah, gladiators. Thank you. Okay, so he's going to sit here and cower. She is going to step up. She's going to pick up an axe, and she is going to take a swing at this troll here. She's going to let a big old roar, and she's going to, with Bardic Performance, hit.
Woohoo!
Whoop, whoop.
Okay, and she is going to do 12 damage to this troll. She lets out a big bellowing roar as she swings down at this thing. I could get used to this weapon.
It's yours.
So she looked like she was going to chase Sapisto this way, but the big gust of wind happens over here, and she is now going to kind of put her axe over her face and start stepping through this wind. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And that's as far as she can go. So she's kind of like pushing herself up towards you guys, looking so angry, eyes flared with this glowing blue. And it is Reiklin's turn. Can't hear you, Reiklin. Did we lose Reiklin? I see your mouth moving, but I do not hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Accidentally pushed the button on my headset.
It was the wind wall.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. So Reiklin will sustain for 1 action the whispers of calmness on the trolls.
Okay.
He will then... Let's see. Let's cast Bless
Okay.
for 2 actions.
Okay, so sustained and bless. Would you like to go ahead and put your aura up?
Yep, putting it up now.
Okay. It is
at 5 feet currently.
Okay. It is the orc's turn. This one is... These 3 actually up here on the walls are going to take shots at this gladiator down here. So first one... It's going to miss. Second one is going to miss. Third one is going to hit. So she is going to take 12 damage, 12 cold damage. And then at the end of that, this one is going to melt. This one here is going to scurry up this way. Can see him rushing up the stairs here.
Which one melted?
The one that was up here above you guys.
Okay.
He melted.
This one's, these 2 are going to be scurrying up behind.
Oh.
This one's doing things over here. And This one would have been running over this way, so he's just going to scurry. Don't worry about your doppelgangers over there. Okay, Sapisto's turn.
Oh no! Oh no! He is going to cast a heightened soothe on Zarias,
Okay.
healing you for 2d10 plus 8. So 19 total.
Thank you very much.
Welcome. And then, as he's got his little hands on your back, he's going to say, "I am with you, my friend. Goldbloods, die together, or not die together, whichever we feel like doing today." And then he's going to sustain his forbidding ward and just hold on to Zarias.
Oh. Okay, Regina.
He is such a adorable Leshy.
I'm glad to have you here at my friend. Bleh. I'm glad to have you here at my side, friend. There's no one else I'd rather die with.
I'm glad to be behind you in both cases.
Did we skip the troll?
No.
No.
Oh. Okay. I think we did, but that's okay. All right. Yeah, it's
Maybe the
Regina.
calm emotions are having some kind of an effect on him.
Yeah, he forgot where he was for a minute.
Okay. Gina is going to point her cane at this dude, and emo cats are going to shoot out of it.
Emo cats? Did I hear that right?
You did.
I'm
Okay.
so happy.
Is this a magic missile?
It is. And the cats are wearing little black emo dresses and have an emo hairdo.
And which one are
Reiklin
you
shouts
targeting?
at Regina and says, target the orcs with the magic.
You want me to target them?
Yes.
Okay. I will do 3 missiles then.
One at each, all at one?
Why not just start off shooting
One
and then
at
you can
each of
choose
them.
as targets as
Yeah.
you go?
I want to shoot at this one first.
So magic missile, you have to choose all the targets before you roll damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I have a theory. Magic seems to instantly melt them. Or incapacitate.
Okay. I'm going to do 1 at each of them. We'll just try it.
Okay, so 3 missiles of 3 quote emo cats
Yes.
fly out, and with a row, they just crash through each one of these orcs and they all shatter.
Ooh.
Okay, and that was Regina, 3 action
Well
magic
done.
missile.
Please don't throw any cats at me.
Oh, you don't have to worry. I save
Zarias.
those for those I don't like.
All right, I'm going to cast a heightened magic missile, and mine do not look like emo cats. They look like shurikens of pure light.
And
So I'm going to...
how long does your wind wall last?
good question. Wind wall, where did you go?
Here,
1
I'll look
minute.
it up.
I got it. 1 minute.
You got it, 1 minute. Okay.
One
minute.
minute. All right, I'm going to do this. So, all right. Is that really all 3? Oh, that's why. That's the wrong one. I'm doing a heightened one.
Right.
I was going to say that doesn't look right for... That's better.
Looks more appropriate.
Yeah,
So you're
43 damage.
so you're firing 6 missiles of pure light, correct?
Correct.
Okay, 43.
Wait.
Would it be 1 extra per missile for her thing, or would it just be 1 total?
1 per missile.
Okay,
Oh,
so then it would...
one extra for the entirety. It specifies that you add all the bonuses after you've tallied them all up.
On magic missile?
Yeah.
Okay. So 76. Or sorry, 44.
Yes, 44.
Getting ahead of myself.
Huh.
Okay. So yeah, a barrage of missiles hits her. She's got these bits of frost and like ice that you can see under her skin as she's getting damaged, and they're kind of starting to crack a little bit. You can see some glowing light seeping out. And that's Zarias' turn. So it is her turn now. So she is going to let out another big breath cone of frost, and I need Sapisto and Zarias to make reflex saves.
Okay.
23.
23 is a fail.
Oh, 24 because of the song.
Yes.
24 is a fail.
Okay. So
But the
As-
Forbidding Ward, doesn't that also give you a plus?
25
Yeah,
is a fail.
Okay.
okay.
Okay, well, I see a
Hold on.
pattern here.
Hold on. So I have a reaction, and it's a counter performance. And you or an ally within 60 feet rolls a saving throw against an auditory or visual effect. Never mind, because this is just a breath of fire or
A frost.
cold fire. Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. No auditory here.
Never mind. Okay. Well, then I'm gonna roll my saving throw.
Okay.
Reflex, you said, yeah.
Reflex.
24.
Okay. 24 is a fail. So go ahead and roll this damage real quick. So you guys are both immobilized.
So I guess we're staying
Great.
And
put.
you guys each take 11 cold damage. So she breathes out this air of frost, and then she is going to step up. Or move up, rather, because of this wind wall. And that is her turn. It is Reiklin.
Okay. All right. For one action, Reiklin will sustain the voices inside of the Trollkin's heads that are keeping them from doing anything drastic.
The one now remembers where he is.
Yeah, the one now remembers where he is. That's fine. For another action, he is going to bolster the aura of the Bless. And this aura is white necromantic aura. Whispers, very similar to the calm emotions on the trolls, are emanating from it. But these just seem a little nicer for us.
So creepy. I love it.
And then for his last action... Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to put a single action bless, which requires touch, on Regina. He will reach over, and as he reassures her on the shoulder, green spooky lisps will go and heal her for a certain amount.
I imagine you're saying a single action heal. Is that what you mean?
Single action heal. Yep, level 3.
Very good. That'll be 3d8 or 10, depending on your feats.
Yeah, it'll be 3d10.
Wonderful. Okay. It is now the troll's turn.
So heal for 20.
Okay, so this troll is going to go, and it is going to kind of shake off its head. It kind of just chilled out for a minute. You see some of its wounds closing up. And then it's going to roar, and it's going to snap down a bite. This gladiator.
With a -1 to hit.
-1 to hit is going to stop that from being a crit. But it will hit, so that's going to be 14 damage to her. It's then going to claw her, which is going to miss because of the -1. And then it's going to do another claw, which is going to be a hit right on the money because of agile. And that's going to be 14 slashing damage. So this bites into her shoulder. She kind of steps out of the way of one claw. The other one catches her right on the stomach, and she's looking pretty beat up. It's Sapisto's turn.
Okay. So I'm going to harmonize
Okay.
so that I can cast 2 cantrips, composition cantrips.
Indeed.
I'm going to do Inspire Courage and Inspire Defense. So I'm dropping the Forbidding Ward, but Inspire Defense, Zarias, so that you know, you inspire your allies, well, and anyone, and my allies within 60 feet. You and all allies in the area gain a +1 status bonus to armor class and saving throws, as well as resistance equal to half the spell's level to physical damage. And then instead of moving, because I can't, I'm going to cast my last level 2 slot and do my last level 2 soothe on Zarias.
Okay.
2d10 plus 8. So that's, math is hard, 25.
25.
And then I'm just going to hold his back still, and I'm going to say, For gold, for glory, for honor, and ladies and drinking.
Yeah.
And you guys hear this echoing from below and also get your defense inspired. Because they are within range, I imagine. Yes, it's a pretty big
Yeah.
range.
60 feet.
Lovely.
Actually, I
Could
think
you-
we're out of that.
Do you want me to put a little radius?
50, 55. We are good.
Wow.
Can you repeat what that does so I can note it down? Since I am in range.
So it's a +1 to armor class and a +1 to saving throws. And you get a resistance to half of my spell's level against effects or physical damage, which that is, let's see, half the spell's level to physical damage. So that's 3. Is that what we decided? Wholesome?
Yes.
Because I'm level 6. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, hi.
So minus
Oh.
3 damage.
Just
Cool.
making sure. I'm going to get rid of that, though, because it's very large.
Yeah.
So
Mine
it's
is-
a resistance, like a 3 damage resistance.
Yep.
To physical damage.
Nice. Very nice.
Excellent.
Okay. Regina, you're up.
Okay. Let's see. Should I attack with my cane or do another magic missile against this dude?
You probably do more damage with your cane,
Cane.
don't you think?
Okay, yeah. I want to walk up. One action. And what does your radius give me?
+1 to hit for bless.
+1 to hit. Fantastic.
And because of our has rule, they will stack.
So that's cool. So I'm going to attack with my cane. This is now. A 23.
23 will hit.
Okay. 24 damage.
25.
Okay, 25 damage.
So your performance also gives us +2 damage as well.
Plus one to
Nice.
attack and damage rolls. It's very good.
Cool. Then I'm going
and
to.
armor. That's cool.
I'm
If
going
I
to go
harm it,
again.
Both, yeah.
Okay. Attacking again, -5.
A 24.
That will hit.
Okay. And then I need to do the correct one for damage. 19 damage.
19. 20 damage.
in your face.
So this thing's just getting battered and you see bones crunching, bones healing. It's kind of like it's patching up as you're beating it up, but not you're outpacing it, it looks like.
Okay. And that's my turn.
Okay, Zarias.
I cast mirror image.
Oh, so Pisto, you were still frozen on your last turn, correct? You take 8 cold damage. This is like biting at your little leafy legs, freezing you in place.
Oh no. 8. Okay.
Yeah, I cast mirror image.
Okay. Okay, mirror image. 4 of you appear, correct?
Correct.
4 Zariases. Her hair is blowing wildly in your wind wall.
I'm going to cast my second focus point for a key strike again.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll with this one because it's more accurate. 24.
24 is going to miss.
25.
25 because of the
20
performance.
25 is going to miss.
Actually, it's a 26. It's a 26.
Is it a 26?
Right, because of the...
I'm just kidding.
Isn't it? Because doesn't your second thing... No, it wasn't to attack rolls. It was to
Nope.
armor, saving throws, and resistance.
It's
Okay.
very
throws.
close. She narrowly gets out of the way of that hit.
Oh,
I just wanted to see if it hit.
26
One more.
would hit.
Do I hear a 26? 26? Anyone?
Okay. I have one more action. there's not a lot I can do to do damage with one more action, so I'll just cast Shield.
Okay, so you put a shield up. The cold is biting at your legs as well. This is going to do 11 cold damage.
Oof. Okay.
Okay. The gladiator is going to go. She is going to hack at this troll here. That is going to miss. She is going to try to attack him again. That one's going to hit. And then she is going to step. Actually, you know what? She's going to move over here to flank. She did that in the wrong order. She's panicked. But that will do 14 damage on the hit. She does land. This guy, as he hears Sapisto's song overhead, is going to kind of finally snap out of it. He's kind of trembling, but he's going to get up. He's going to step over to here, and he's going to pick up a bow that was on this orc's back and grab some of the arrows. Okay, it is her turn.
It's about time.
So she is going to see your images, and she's going to do a sweeping strike for 2 actions.
Oof.
Dang it.
So that's the wrong thing. I need to do my macro, so
God.
ignore that roll. That roll is, thank goodness for you, ignore that roll.
Okay.
Oh, Lord.
Best time I could have forgotten the macro. Where did your attacks go? Okay. Well, that's
It's critical
still,
anyway.
that's still a nat 20. It was meant to
God.
be. Okay, so she's hitting 2 of your targets. So evens will hit one of your images. Odds will hit one of you.
Which was it?
Hits 2 of your images.
Oh,
Okay.
So
oh my gosh.
she swipes through 2 images, and then she's
Clutch.
going to take 1 more attack at you. That's not my macro. I'm good at this. I
Oh my
promise.
God.
What the actual hell?
Thank goodness it wasn't
it's
my
the
macro
auto-crit
again.
macro. Let's see, which button shall I press? Oh, I will press this button that gives me a nat 20.
So
That's
Tane,
the 3rd one in a row.
if you haven't shared yet, Tane, so you guys can only share for yourselves now is the new rule that we put in place for hero points. But I can give you a hero point if you haven't shared yet. Okay, so that's going to be a 17.
17? That will not hit.
Okay, so both of your images dodge out of the way, and it kind of goes right down the middle. That is her turn.
Oh my gosh.
Reiklin.
We do, of course, have the other option to all of us pool 1 point in for a cost of 3 to 1 if we really need to.
Indeed.
Let's preferably not do that, shall we? Okay, so the lady on the other side of the troll is looking badly cut and beat up, right?
She is. She's looking pretty bad.
Okay, so for 1 action, Reiklin will continue making troll over around the corner sit there quietly and placidly.
It's just kind of scratching its neck, just being real chill.
I have a job right now, and it's a very important job. And then for 2 actions, he will cast some green necromantic tendrils that will reach their way over to her on the other side of the troll to heal her for a total of 3d10 plus 24. So that'll be 31.
Okay.
41.
Yeah, so she gasps as this healing goes over. I feel incredible. Thank you.
Just keep it up. I can't do that all day. So 41 points.
41 points.
Yep,
and
that's it
sustained.
for Reiklin. He's going to suggest to strongly to the other 2 that are right next to him. Let's get fighting through this thing so we can go help out. I think our friends up above are having some issues.
Okay, this troll's bones kind of start uncrunching again as its wounds are healing up. And it's going to roar at Regina. And it's going to focus its attacks on her. So, here is a jaw strike as it tries to bite at you. Which is going to be a 29.
That will hit.
Okay, that's going to be 12 damage.
Okay.
Then it's going to swipe at you with a claw, which is going to be a 22.
That'll miss.
How many villain points am I sitting on here? Yeah.
Sitting on 1.
Okay, it's going to. I'm gonna re-roll that. We're gonna spend the last villain point.
Okay.
This thing's angry at
Basically
Regina's
makes
beats.
it hit, right?
It makes it hit. We'll see if it's gonna crit. To get the better of 2 results. It does
No,
not.
because of the defense, I think I'm actually still 1 higher.
You at 24?
Yeah.
Let's see. That was a 27 minus.
Plus the
4.
-1 for calm emotions.
So it was a 22. It goes up to a 24. 27
Okay.
minus 4 is 23 minus 1, 22 plus 2, 20.
+1 thing, +1 AC. Wait, does your thing give me 1 AC?
It does
My
not.
thing?
Just Sapistos.
Yeah, just a piece to us. Mine
Okay.
gives you a plus to hit.
So,
And another plus for saving throws for against fear effects. By the
so
way.
theirs did come to 24 exactly?
Yep.
Okay.
So
It does a
just
whopping 8
enough.
damage.
Okay.
And last but not least, one more claw is going to swipe at you at a -8. -9 even is going to be a 22, and it's going to miss.
Awesome.
Okay, Sapisto.
Okay. Does Zariah still look injured that I can tell?
Does he?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
does.
you can see his legs almost look like they're kind of, the scales are freezing and cracking, and he's probably still pretty wounded from some axe hits.
Okay. So I'm going to harmonize again. The same bonuses,
Okay.
same cantrips. And then I'm going to cast a level 1 soothe. So it's just 1d10 plus 4.
Okay.
So 13 hit points that you are healed for.
Big rolls for a level 1.
Thank you.
And I will just say, think of all the gold they'll have for us when we take her head back.
It's literally what's keeping me going right now.
She
That
screams.
and my spells. I'm running out of. By the way,
I'll see what I can do.
Regina, it is your turn.
Okay. So, because of sharing, I got a hero point. Dalton was just given 2, and you were given a villain point.
Yes, we got a hero
Yay.
point from CJ. We got a hero point for Tane. We got a hero point from Will. And I got a villain point.
no.
Okay, I'm just going to go, yeah! And whack him upside the head.
Okay.
A 25.
25 will hit.
Okay. $18 damage.
18 damage. Okay.
He did remember the
He did.
the performance on that one.
I mean, 17
Acquired.
damage.
18.
Okay, I'm going to go again.
Oh, it's a piece. I'm going to roll your damage because I forgot it.
You're rolling real good on those.
Take
Awesome.
11 cold damage, Sapisto. And go ahead and roll your attack, Regina.
Okay.
A 20 to hit.
Because it is flat-footed, that will hit.
Awesome. $24 damage.
25. 25.
Is it 25?
Yep.
Yeah.
25 is right on the money.
Yay!
Every
Okay,
time.
so this one, I just go shove it right through its mouth and out the top of its skull.
Okay, the blunt
Beautiful.
cane, that's vicious. It finally can't out-heal it, and it tumbles down to the ground.
So Pisto is just given a hero point for his wonderful singing.
Danny, thank you.
Mhm.
Look at these hero points coming back in.
Yay!
Thank you all for the hero points.
Yes, thank you all.
Yes, this is wonderful.
Okay. Anything else for Regina?
She is going to... Are they covered in fur?
They are, yes.
Okay, she's going to withdraw the cane and clean it off in its fur.
Okay. Cleans off the cane. Anything else?
Nope, that's it. That was 3 actions.
Okay, Zarias, it is your turn.
First action, True Strike. Second action, Shocking Grasp. I get to roll that again. I don't know what I add to that.
You got
Same thing.
20, I think.
It's the same thing. Which is
Okay.
plus 12, it looks like. Yeah, plus 12.
Don't forget +1 from Sapisto.
Yeah, so 24.
24 is going to miss.
Mm.
Unless you would like to hero point. Which will be a guaranteed hit.
Let's do it.
Okay,
I've got
reroll,
two, so-
reroll to see if it's a crit.
Make it crit.
Crit.
No crit, but it is a hit.
Oh,
Okay.
That's a
19's
33,
close.
35, so you're 1 off.
Well, Shocking Grasp, doesn't that give you plus... Does she have metal on her?
She does.
So that would give you a +2 attack, doesn't it?
If the target is wearing metal, you gain a +1 circumstance bonus to your attack roll with a Shocking Grasp.
So that is 20. Let's see. So 31, 33. So Pisto's giving +1.
mm-hmm.
So 34. So 35. So 1 short of the 36.
Brutal.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. And the damage?
Can't think of any other bonuses. Is she flat-footed while inside of that wall?
She is not.
Darn it.
This one. Damage will be 16.
16 damage. Okay.
Third action, strike. Or fourth action with my haste.
Okay. And this will be at a -4.
Are they still immobilized?
They are.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping them in that corner is really hurting us. And keeping us in our corner is really hurting us.
That's a nat 1.
Yeah, that won't hit.
Would you like to hero point or accept the nat 1?
I'm just going to accept the nat 1.
Okay, critical failure deck. That was an unarmed strike.
Hand gets caught
Okay.
in teeth.
You would be moved in a random direction, but you're stuck in ice, so it's unapplicable.
Okay.
Yeah, we can stomach that one.
Yep.
Okay,
Can.
that's Rice's turn.
Sure is.
Gladiators?
No minus to melee attacks, Danny. Not in the wind wall. Okay. So we've got her turn now. So you've got your 2 images. She is going to do a sweeping strike.
Wait,
So-
what about the gladiators?
Oh yes, gladiators. Thank you. Also, Zarias, you've got to take your damage at the end of the turn. There's a low one for once. 3 cold damage.
I'll take that.
Okay.
Franklin shouts at the gladiators, "Skip the other troll! Make it her way up to the keep!"
Okay. She is going to ignore you, and she is going to do a sudden charge at this gentleman down here.
Oh, wholesome. I didn't
Yes.
add the 1 for the singing. So that should be 17 damage in the last round.
17. Gotcha. Okay. So she's going to make an attack roll against this orc. And she's going to miss. And then she's going to attack again. And she's going to miss. So this thing is just growling and kind of parrying her attacks with its ice crystals. He is going to pick up a bow. He's going to kind of look tentatively at this troll over here, and he'll start working his way around it. When he gets to here and he sees this orc down here, he's going to make an attack at it with the bow. He will hit, and it's going to shatter.
Ooh.
Okay.
Does he get to make? Because he had already picked up the bow and the arrows on his last turn.
Mm-hmm.
Would he get to make another attack if he wanted?
He would, but there's like a stairwell right here, so he can't really see this one from where he's at right now.
Mm,
And she's in the way. He's not feeling confident in his shots.
that's fair.
When that one shatters, though, however, this orc right here is going to melt.
Oh,
Let me get these guys back in initiative. Just there. Okay. So it is her turn now. She is going to make a sweeping strike for 2 actions. So this is going to target both of your images here, Zarias. It's going to be a 40.
Yep.
Does that crit?
I have a 25 right now.
Okay, so that does crit. So this cuts right through your image and also hits you, and that's going to be 38 damage.
Minus
That will
3.
drop me down, I think.
Minus 3.
Right, minus 3. 35
yes.
damage.
That'll still drop me because I'm at 33.
Okay, so that puts you at dying 2. And it's going to move you in initiative just before her, which you already are still. And then she is going to... she's kind of in a strange situation here. She is going to...
Run all the way around.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, you know what? She's going to just growl at Sapisto here, and she's going to be done. Reiklin.
Okay. Sustaining the gibbering troll in the corner, Reiklin will advance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to right there. And then he will advance 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 around the troll, like so.
Okay. That your turn?
That's my turn.
Troll's done.
Whispering running by, giving encouragement to our gladiator friends to come help us at the keep.
Okay. They look like they're listening now that the orcs are dead. So these ones are going to run up here. There's 2 orcs here. They both run up, and as soon as they step into this wind here, they just like blow into snowflakes and dissipate. Sapisto.
That still counts as 1.
Okay. I'm going to harmonize again. And then I'm going to use my last first level spell on healing Zarias.
They still can't move?
Yeah, I know you're still immobilized.
How long?
Until they break it, or until she dismisses it.
I'm not going to leave his side. 16. Nope, that's a lie. 12.
Okay.
Okay. I'll stoop down and I'll try and pick him up. Like, get up, Zarias. I didn't say you could fall asleep yet. Get up!
That wakes me up, right?
Yes, it does. So you are now wounded 2, and you are conscious. And you were at 0 health, so you're straight positive however much she healed you.
Okay.
That's still wounded 2.
Hearing that comment, I say, what a refreshing nap.
Okay, anything else for you, Sapisto?
That's all I got.
Regina.
What would it take to convince this creature to let me ride it as it climbs up the wall?
This one here?
Yes, it's not a hostile action.
Creativity.
Speaking its language.
Yeah. Fair.
True. Okay. Well then. What would I have to do to climb up?
It would be a climb check.
Okay.
You move at a quarter of your speed or a half of your speed, depending on how well your athletics check is.
It's slow moving.
You might be faster running, to be honest.
I mean, let's see.
Because can't you run some ridiculous amount of spaces?
Yes.
As the elderly woman that you are.
I could get inside this room here.
Inside this one here? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Or I want to try and go up here because that would still be 1 action for me.
To climb?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead and roll your athletics check.
Okay. A 21.
Okay, 21 is a success, so for 1 square will be 3 squares.
So I could do this?
Yeah, so I
Cool.
believe, what's your speed?
I can go 40 feet as 1
40
action.
feet, so 8 squares. So it'd be 2 actions to get up here, and you'd have 30 feet left.
Okay, 30 feet of this. Okay, so then can you let's see. I'm guessing this room connects over where?
Yeah, so this goes all the way back over here to some stairs over here. If you don't ignore difficult terrain, which I don't think any of you do, it's about 180 feet of movement to get up here from where you're at right now.
Oh, it's difficult terrain?
Well, the stairs are.
Okay.
Going upstairs takes double.
So I want to go here, and I want to try and...
Old lady parkour up the wall.
Yeah, I want to old lady parkour since this is 5 feet.
It's too bad a certain lizard folk decided to remove the rope that was attached to the wall.
It was still smart, though.
Oh, it was smart, definitely.
Okay.
So you've got 20 feet of movement left.
Then here, and then I want to try and go this 5 feet right there.
So this is, okay, yeah. That's your whole turn getting right there. So you just go clambering up that wall like a mad woman.
You just see me go, wow, wow, wow. And I just, like, go sideways and then do a backflip up to the top of here.
I love Gina so
Reiklin
much.
turns around to see where she went. But
What even is she?
See a shadow climbing up the wall. Okay, it's Zarias' turn.
Okay,
So
do I need
before-
to... What?
So I want to yell at the chick up here.
Okay.
Hey, Frost chick, I'm coming for you. You
She
may
just
want to
hears-
fight me instead of those.
She just hears whistling winds.
Okay.
Okay, no, Zarias, you're up. You're just wounded too. You are prone though currently,
Okay, so I do need to stand.
and your frost did melt away when you went.
Oh,
down.
good. I'm going to stand. I assume that takes an action.
Uh-huh.
And then second action, I cast Mirror Image again.
Okay, for your 2 more actions.
Yep.
Okay. And that you?
Yep. Wait,
Okay.
I'm still hasted. I'm a puncher.
Okay. How long does haste last for? A minute?
Yeah, it's a minute, so I think actually it's probably done.
2 more rounds.
10 turns.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, that punch will be not good enough.
Okay, yep, that will miss.
It was a 19 for the people at home.
19. And for their time, they are running low, but we will see. Okay, it is her turn. She is going to do another frost breath. So Zarias, this is going to wipe out all of your images, and I need both of you to make a reflex save.
Will wipe out all my brand new images.
It does.
Nuts.
So Pisto,
Okay.
Zarias, reflex saves.
I'm 21.
Okay, 21 is a fail.
Yep.
19.
Okay, 19 is a fail. So for the damage on this one, you guys will take 10 cold damage. Zarias, you're re-immobilized. And then she is going to take a swing at you. That's the wrong thing. It's not my macro. I'll learn someday. It's going to be a 39.
Well, I'm at a 25.
Sorry, 34.
Oh, 34. I'm still at a 25.
Okay, I am going to use my last villain point, and I'm going to make that a crit, which will be 56 damage.
I think that puts me to dying 3, doesn't it?
So it will put you to dying 4, which means you have to use your heroic recovery here to not die.
And I have to do that right now?
You do.
Okay, then I do it right now.
Okay. So you're at 1 hit point. You don't go down. Your immobilized breaks. She shatters it with her big hit, and it's now Reiklin's turn.
Okay. Well, okay. Let's see. 10, 20, 30. Ugh, if only Reiklin can get right there. Okay. Reiklin is going to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to there. And then he's going to move. Let's see. He's going to use an action to keep the troll from doing harmful things.
Mm-hmm.
And then he is going to do some playful actions at the troll and get its attention, and is going to pound the ground like a big monkey. And then he is going to grab something from the ground and throw it up onto the roof. And then he's going to pat himself and jump up into the air to pretend like he wants to be the thing that is thrown up into the air.
Okay, make it diplomacy.
Okay. My computer is busy crashing on me. Could you roll the diplomacy for me, please?
Uh-huh.
My diplomacy is a 6. It's untrained, so I get a +2.
So that's an
addition to this.
18. This thing turns to you and it looks with you with dead, emotionless eyes.
Okay. I guess the spiritual intonations are keeping it at bay. All right. So I will move my additional 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up the stairs that way.
Okay. Troll is still pacified at Sapisto.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. Okay, so I'm going to pull a scroll of so wait, is Zarias down prone on the ground?
Nope. He heroic recovered, so he's up.
Okay, so I'm gonna pull out a scroll of magic missile off my bandolier.
Okay.
Then I'm gonna cast it and use it against her. So using it, I think that's 2d4 because I'm using 2 actions.
Yeah, it's what level of magic missile is it?
Level 1.
So yeah,
Level
one
1.
missile per action.
Okay, well I'm gonna sustain. Not sustain, but I'm gonna reharmonize myself.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna actually keep holding that, and then I'm gonna cast Forbidding Ward on Zarias.
Okay. Reharmonizing the defense, getting Zarias. It is Regina's turn.
Okay, let's see. Oh, come on, hold on a sec. Computer's being weird. There we
You're okay.
I want to go.
Looks like calm emotions is up to 1 minute, so I'm going to be calling to the our friends to follow us up the stairs very hastily.
Okay. Yeah, they look like they're getting ready to follow.
I'm going to try and come up here.
Okay. Roll me an athletics check.
Okay.
Okay, that exactly succeeds. So it's it's 2 actions with 25 feet of movement left there on
Okay.
your second action.
Okay.
Oh, thank goodness, Regina.
Okay.
My
Guys-
feet, they're so cold.
Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay. Zarias.
Okay.
Get out
Hold-
of dodge.
So before they go, sorry, can I say something?
Uh-huh.
I tell her, let them go. I have something you may want instead. You seem to be fond of frost. And I hold up my staff and it glows blue frost.
Okay. Roll me a diplomacy.
Could that be a deception instead?
It cannot.
Okay. 32.
That's a deception.
Oh, well, they're actually both the same.
Oh, are they both the same?
Yeah.
Okay. So you'll have to spend an action to try to coerce her on your next turn, but she'll kind of take notice to the thing and she's looking at it.
Okay.
Okay. Zarias.
Okay. You can move through your own people, right?
You can.
Okay. Well, I have a couple spells left. Let's do Shocking Grasp again on this person.
Okay.
Oh, gosh. The rolls are not with me.
That's a nat 1
Yep.
with no hero points. So the critical fail of this spell is you accidentally cast the wrong spell. Your incantation goes wrong. You make her invisible. So she
Are you
disappears.
kidding? Okay.
So he does. to have a hero point.
Does he? I think he just used it to heroic recovery.
No, but then
Yeah,
there was
he
a
did.
share.
Oh, addled Oompa Loompas. I see.
What?
Somebody shared for Zarias and I missed it.
Oh.
So
Thank
you could re-roll that if you would like to.
Oh, thank you.
Everybody's like, what? Addled Oompa Loompas?
This is a new rule. I can't say that I'm familiar with it.
You haven't heard of the Addled Oompa Loompa rule?
Okay. Shouting over the din, Reiklin shouts out, "Move everybody around to the other side here so I can get to some of my spells to you. Hurry!"
Are you using the hero point, Zarias, or saving it?
Using.
Okay. Go ahead and re-roll.
Yeah, don't make her invisible, please.
Yeah, that would be bad. 23. 24.
Okay, 25.
25
25.
plus 26 because of the
Hero point?
song.
Song. Yep, 26
Yeah.
is a hit.
All right.
And that's 7 damage?
7 damage.
Okay.
8 at least.
8 damage.
8 damage. Okay. You get her with your shocking grasp. She kind of zaps it, crackles up her axe.
Then run away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. All right.
Oh, oh
and
no.
that's Zarias' turn, yeah?
Yep.
Okay, these guys are going to be running up here. They're going to be in here kind of... They're not going to try to climb as you guys are. They're just going to be...
Nope, get through the doorway.
Yeah, they're just gonna
Reiklin is
be
yelling
running
to
through
them,
there.
"Get through the doorway. This troll is going to go feral in just a moment."
Okay. It is her turn here. She's going to step up here, and she's going to do... She's going to see your cane there. I'll take it from your dead cold hands.
It won't work like that, dear.
And she is going to make a sweeping strike with her last 2 actions here. 41 versus Sapista, that's a nat 20. And
Yeah.
then against Regina, it's a 39.
Do I have cover?
You do. So you're at a +2.
Okay. So that'll hit.
Okay, and this is a nat 20, so we are getting a critical hit deck for Sapista, which is going to be triple damage.
Jeez.
So that is going to make the damage on Sapisto 74.
Okay.
Goodbye, hero points. All 3 of them.
Yeah.
Okay, so would you like to use your heroic recovery now, or would you like to go before her and then use it then? You can either go after Reiklin, or you can go after Zarias.
I guess I'll go.
Go before me.
Yeah. I'll
Okay,
go before
so
Regina.
use it now.
Yeah.
Okay, so you stay standing, your frozen condition breaks, your hero points are used up, and then Regina, your damage is going to be 27.
Okay.
Okay, that makes it Reiklin's turn. So we're now on 2 rounds remaining here. So at the end of these 2 rounds, you guys will have to cut your losses because the time will be up.
Okay.
All right. Reiklin yells out to get over to this corner here. He is going to... Okay, so... no, I can't do it. I can't climb this thing. No way. Okay, Reiklin is running inside. I can't move Reiklin. My computer is slowly crashing
Okay.
right now.
Oh no. Okay.
So just move me into where the people are.
Okay. So you're trying to head up the stairs.
Yeah, I'm moving. I'm not going to sustain this last action for the troll. So the troll's just is no longer gonna be calmed.
Okay. So you're just going full speed.
And I'm going full run into the building.
Okay, and your speed's 25.
25.
Okay. So next round, if you do a full round, you'll get to the top of the stairs.
Okay.
We can say you get a bless from under these fine people here.
Love it.
Okay. It is now the troll's turn. The troll is going to come snapping out of it. It's going to sprint up these stairs. It's going to be banging at the door. She's already kind of in here a little bit. It doesn't seem like it can fit, but it's kind of reaching its claws through. You hear it roaring from below. And we're to Sapisto. You're at 1 hit point.
Okay.
And stable.
If my stuff is shattered, I'm going to move this way towards Zarias.
Okay.
I am holding out the scroll of magic missile to him.
Okay.
I tuck it in his little shirt so he takes it from me. And with my last action, resume my harmonizing. And so the forbidding ward has dropped.
With the scroll, can you cast that as heightened or only the level of the scroll?
Scroll, I believe you can only cast as the level of the scroll. Yes.
Is it
Because
an
they cost different prices.
Is it an action to hold the scroll out, or since I'm already holding it, can I just?
Yeah, no, he can just take it from you on his turn. You can.
Okay.
It would be an action to put it on his person, or he can take an action to grab it.
Okay, so I'll just hold it out, and then.
What kind of a scroll is this?
Magic missile.
I don't think magic missile is going to take this lady down. We need to we need to empower the Regina.
Well, it's not costing me any actions right now to hold it out to Zarias because I'm already holding it.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm just holding it up to him, and then I am going to do forbidding ward on Regina.
Okay. Regina.
How bad does she look?
She's got quite a bit of crystal exposed. It's cracked. It's glowing. She doesn't look like she's on her last leg, though. Be a medicine check to get more information than that.
Okay.
Plus an action.
So I'm going to step here. You guys get out of here now. And I'm talking to you two.
Okay.
All right. And then let me show you what this cane can do.
Okay.
A 20, a 30.
Okay, a 30 will hit.
Okay.
31.
31 will hit.
25 damage.
25 damage.
Not 26? Oh no, it is 25.
Okay, so you smack her into this, like one of the crystals shatters. She lets out kind of a growl of pain. She looks very angry. Her eyes flare a brighter blue.
Surrender now, and I will let you live.
I don't surrender.
Very well. I whack my cane up against her head again.
Wouldn't this just be a -5? You've only hit her once.
That is a nat 1.
Oh, I rolled the wrong one.
It's still a nat 1.
Yeah, still a nat 1. Would you like to hero point, or would you
I will
like
hero
to?
point, yes.
Okay.
And then. Okay, so that would be a 15.
Okay, +2 for the hero point. 17 is still a miss.
Okay. And that is my turn.
Okay, Zarias.
I'm going to summon a flaming sphere in her space.
Okay. Go ahead, and that's a reflex save for her.
Yes.
Okay, what's your DC?
My DC is 22.
22.
Oh, yeah.
That's a
thank
nat
God.
1. I'm out of villain points. This will be
Shoot.
double damage.
Zarias. I
Add
think
10
I'm
to
in love
your
with you.
add 10 to your base damage and then double it.
Add 10 to my base damage.
Mhm.
Okay. And then double it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh, yes.
Is that looking correct? That's how I would do that?
Yep.
So it's 37 for the song.
Okay.
You didn't double the 10.
Oh, you're right. 47.
47.
48, because the song would be doubled too, I guess.
Okay. So this flaming sphere comes crashing down on top of her, and it hits like right on top of one of her crystals, and she lets out one scream as everything just cracks and she explodes.
Yes!
Oh
my gosh!
Oh.
That was beautiful, Zarias.
We're still in
Nice.
initiative, however.
Yes, the
troll
troll is
outside,
still
right?
there.
Okay.
Okay. So anything else for you?
No, I guess not.
Okay.
I will cast Shield.
Okay. Shield up. She is Gonzo. It is
Your wall's gone,
Reiklin's
Shield.
turn. One last
Yeah, my
round.
wall is gone.
Okay,
One
wall is
round
gone.
from now, you say?
Yep.
Okay, could you please do me a favor and move me to, let's see, the wall's gone?
Uh-huh.
Move me to the stairs, up those stairs that are
So
just
so a
to the south of me.
full round will get you to the top of the stairs here.
Oh, forget it then. It's not nothing I can do then. Okay, that's it for me then.
Okay. Troll's turn. This troll is going to make an athletics check to get up here. Let's see, this one is gone.
So they're inside the building, right? They're not on top of this wall?
Yeah, no, they're inside it. Okay, the troll does not get up the wall. It's going to try again. Does not get up the wall. It's going to try again. It gets almost to the top of the wall. Sapisto.
I say we run for it.
I agree. Let's get out of here.
Means we can't loot the area.
I want to loot my life.
The mission is accomplished.
Reiklin has 2 blindnesses under his belt and a heroism. Is there any way that we can try and do some kind of like a long-term results?
Yeah, we will. We will do a long-term results.
Okay.
At the end of it, we'll kind of see what we got left and what can be done.
Okay.
Well, in that case, I guess Sapisto will resume his singing. He'll take the magic missiles that are still in his hand, and cast 2 of them toward the troll. So
Okay.
that'll be 2d4.
Uh-huh.
So 6, 7 damage.
7 damage. Okay.
And that's Sapisto's turn.
All right. And Regina.
All right, let's see. I move up here and I shoot 2 emo cats at it.
Okay. Roll that damage.
8 damage.
8 damage.
10
Okay.
damage.
10 damage. Okay. Anything else for you, Regina?
Nope, that was 3 actions.
Okay, Zariah's last action of the match, and then we go to downtime overview.
Okay.
Do you have any
So
fire?
should I just throw a spell at it, or should we try to, should I run away?
Do you have one more fireball?
I have no more 3rd level spells.
Do you have any acid?
I have acid.
Hit him with some acid.
All right. I shoot an acid arrow at him.
Okay.
He's probably got cover from that angle.
True, he does.
I will step forward and shoot an acid arrow at him.
Okay, so there he'll only have a +2 instead of a +4. That will be a miss.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going overhead view here. What do you guys do? Give me an explanation of how you want to handle this situation, and I will give you the results.
We have a very defensible position here. All we need to do is just keep haranguing this thing with distance spells and whatnot. And even if it does manage to climb up onto the roof, I have 2 blindnesses that I can try and put on it to severely hamper its ability to attack us, and allowing Regina to close in and finish off the target if we.
And if it did come up to us, we would go into the room that's here, since it wouldn't be able to get inside.
Yeah.
And I would just bash at it with the cane without it being able to hit me.
Right, and sling spells at it.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your final decision here?
Well, roll a couple of saving throws against blindness, surreptitiously.
Okay. Let's see. So your DC?
DC 22.
Okay. First one. It would fail.
Okay, so
So it would
blindness
be blind.
means that it
Permanent.
has a 50% chance to miss everybody that it attacks, right?
Uh-huh.
If that's a critical fail, then it also is permanently blinded.
That is a critical fail. Exactly.
So, I
So-
mean, if it was permanently blinded, we could just
Slip away into the night.
Yeah, we could loot the place and leave.
Okay, so you guys would just be avoiding this blind troll
Yep.
and
Yeah.
looting. Okay.
Or finishing it off. I mean, I still feel like with what we have left up our sleeves, we could still take it out. But
Yeah, with a blind troll,
ran out of time.
we'll say you guys can clear this. So let's do one final perception check for everybody here.
Roll a plus 14 for me, please, Chase.
Okay, you've got a 30.
19. Do you give us any bonuses to that, Sapisto?
I don't.
Okay.
23 for Sapisto.
I have guidance if that's worth anything, but usually this is like searching the entire premises, so a single
Right.
roll doesn't really help.
Yeah, so this wouldn't be guidance applicable, but with a 30, Reichland, you are able to find her cache of loot here. So we're going to go ahead and downtime because we're out of time here, but you guys are able to scrape this out just barely. Let's go with loot here. Now, on her person that was left behind, there is a Horn of Fog, which is worth 230 gold pieces. Would you guys like to keep it or donate it?
Donate it.
Oh,
Oh,
Any
do you
What
want
does
it?
it do?
well, hold on now.
It's an instrument.
It's an
That's fair.
instrument. On command, you can create essentially like a wall of fog.
I mean, you had me at instrument. Hold on.
I believe it's once per day.
Once per hour. And you activate the horn by blowing deeply into it, causing it to issue forth a blast, and cast a second level obscuring mist spell. You can dismiss the mist at any time by blowing a second note on the horn and using an interact action.
That is so cool.
That could be very situationally brilliant.
Just saying.
I think we need to give it to Sapisto.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
We can donate it for half later if we decide it's
Yeah.
not worth it.
Exactly.
That sounds like it could be
Half
life
of
saving, though.
250 is still a pretty good,
Yeah.
pretty fair price. Okay,
Yeah.
let's keep it.
Okay. So, Sapisto, you're taking the Horn of Fog.
Please and thank you.
Go ahead and add that to your sheet. It's 230 gold piece value.
I cannot edit my sheet
Okay, just, later.
in my
Oh,
mind.
speaking of which, I give the Lesser Alchemist Fire and the Acid Flask back to Sapisto.
I think the acid
just the
flask
Alchemist
is
Fire. I use the Acid Flask.
okay.
Okay, so she had a special axe, which was a +1 striking great axe, and a special one called a Frozen Ancestry. So what this does is it lets you once per day use the frost breath she was using.
Ooh.
That's cool. Does anyone here use axes?
I don't.
Technically, Regina can.
I could. How much is it worth?
It's worth 200 gold pieces.
Here's the deal. We had a situation earlier when we dealt with a Hydra, and we had no way to make sustainable damage on that because we did not have slashing weapons.
I will keep it.
And also,
Yeah.
doesn't it root it? The
Yeah.
breath?
Breath,
With that breath weapon. Yeah.
probably.
It
I'm
does
gonna keep it.
immobilize, yeah. It's 4d6 damage plus immobilize. As long as they're immobilized, they take 2d6 at the end of their turn. Okay, Regina's keeping that. Now, you guys got the human woman out for 150 gold. You guys got the the man out for 50 gold, so they give you a share of their money once they escape. You got both of them out alive, which does get your guild support bonus of 1. And then you guys get your bounty of 350 gold is what he pays you. And then you guys were able to find 100 gold pieces stashed away, Reiklin, with your 30 perception.
Nice.
So now you guys are Goldbloods, so you get tipped. So the total that you got tipped for was the 350 bounty, the 150 escape, the 50 escape. So you guys got an extra 16 gold. It's going to round up to 17 here.
3%.
Sweet.
So that's of gold, you got 150 plus 50 plus 350 plus 100 plus 17. So 667 gold total. Now, you guys did hit the time penalty. The time penalty on this mission is 30 gold, so it's going to go down to 637.
That's okay.
Okay.
Worth.
Now you guys get back. I imagine you guys keep quiet about what happened here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
No bragging, nothing.
The gladiators are appreciative and agree to keep quiet about what they saw here, and they're very grateful for you guys breaking them out.
I do destroy the Gordon head. I remove all evidence. No calling card.
You remove the Gordon head as evidence.
Yeah,
Reiklin
do not
begins
leave
to grow
evidence.
out all of his facial hair and his head hair once again.
We'll see how much downtime that takes. We'll have to discuss how fast Reiklin grows a beard.
Cool. And then we have the potion of invisibility expended and one of the bolts of climbing expended.
Right.
And then I think somebody used a scroll or 2.
Yeah.
I used a
I can
scroll of
update
mage
that.
armor.
I'll keep track of those other 2 items since they're in my my stuff. So.
Very good, guys. Close call. You guys managed that with very clutch crit Zarias. With
that was
fire,
beautiful.
Seriously.
nonetheless. All right,
She was
guys.
weak to fire, it seemed like.
She was
Yeah.
very weak to fire.
Okay.
She had a lot of health, but fire weak indeed. Okay, guys, that's going to be the session for tonight. Good job. You guys are going to be hitting level 7, as is League of the Hunt. And next week, we've got a job draft. So, Reiklin, we'll see you next week with Finley. I can't believe this round of jobs is over already. It went so fast.
Yeah, this was
Yeah.
fast.
So we'll be doing that next week, guys. For anybody who doesn't know, job drafts are when they're going to see what missions are coming up next. They're going to bid for who gets first pick. We're going to dish out the jobs. So thank you, everybody.
Downtime.
Yes, double downtime as well. It's good stuff. Thanks, everybody, for joining. I appreciate all the shares. Appreciate all the new followers. Looks like we just got another follower, Danny Cummins, that I missed to say much love, my friend, for following the page, but we appreciate you. Again, check us out every Tuesday, 6:30. And yeah, guys, follow the page if you haven't. If you would like to support, follow my YouTube. I don't have a special URL. Just look up Wholesome Dad Gamer. Help me get to that 100 subscribers. And thank you, players. It was a good time.
Thanks, everybody. And thanks
Yes.
especially
Lot of
to
fun.
all you who
Thank
gave us
you.
hero points.
Oh, that helps.
Yes, that
Yeah.
was so helpful.
Hero points are always clutch.
Yes.
All right. Good night, everybody. We'll see you next week.
Have a good night.
Good night.